a new chapter, one defined by strong governance and by solid, consistent, and predictable policies that foster
ensure that we move towards the actions. Excellency, we also ensure that we move towards the actions. Excellency, we are also quite inspired by the work that you are doing here in Botswana to show African nations and the world that it's possible to actually re-envision the possibilities of a nation. As you are talking and summarizing some of the things you are doing in relation to economic development and everything else that this current government is doing, thank you very much, and we remain inspired. And of course, we also thank the President, His Excellency, Mr. Duma Boko, for welcoming us warmly as well. Now, I did mention earlier on, thank you very much. That round of applause would be great, actually. Thank you. So, Your Excellencies, before you came back in, one of the things you missed was the fact that we literally just had a citizens' dialogue here. So we went in with our mics and we spoke particularly to young people from across Botswana to Nigeria and everywhere in the world who were here. And some of the comments was really a real commitment by the speakers or the people who were making comments that young people in particular are going to begin to take on this charge to ensure that we can truly elevate Africa. And that leads us very swiftly into our next segment, which is the panel discussion on governance that we had already spoken about. It's important to highlight that this particular panel is sponsored by the Chandler Institute, which does such incredible work in actually supporting transformative leaders to change their nations. The Chandler Institute, we're going to hear about them just now as I invite our first keynote speaker in this panel, Mr. Weng Neng Wu. If you could come through as I introduce you, and as soon as I finish introducing him, please do give him a round of applause. He is the current Chief Executive Officer of the Chandler Institute of Governance, as well as the chairman of the Chandler Academy of Governance, which is the training arm of the Institute. What he will not tell you is his incredible role as a global leader, actually supporting governments around the world to develop public policy that transforms nations. He has done everything from training public officials and supporting the private sector as well. He also is an author, and I can't not say this because it is so important that we begin to write. And so right now, the three publications that I want to highlight that he has written is, one of his works is Land Acquisition and Resettlement, Securing Resources for Development. He's written Adaptive Governance for a Changing World, and last but certainly not least, Working with Harnessing Market Forces and the Private Sector for Development. So I know I've kept you there cold for a little bit, but certainly we know that we're about to hear a keynote from someone who has actually been doing the work that it takes to transform nations. Sir, over to you, and you're most welcome.
Your Royal Majesty, King of the Warri Kingdom, Your Majesty, Queen Consort of the Warri Kingdom, Excellencies, Chiefs, Honorable Ministers, distinguished participants, please allow me to stand on the existing protocol in the interest of time. I'm very happy and honored to be here with all of you today, and I want to thank Elevate Africa and their Majesties as the co-founders of Elevate Africa for the opportunity to be here. I come to you from Singapore, which is quite far away, and I'd like to speak to you about a few things today. The first is about high-performance government and what we mean by high-performance government, what it is, and also the role of leaders in stewarding national story, which is something that we remain inspired and we learn a lot from Elevate Africa themselves. We also come to you as a partner of Elevate Africa and as a partner of different governments in Africa we've been working with over the last few years. So, firstly, I'd just like to say that it's quite obvious to us that government is important, that government matters, and that government matters for many different reasons. So firstly, of course, we know that governments are tasked with the promulgation of laws, policies, that lay the foundations and frameworks. So let's make sure the slides are moving. That lay the foundations and frameworks for action, Governments also provide public goods and services ranging from education, healthcare, infrastructure, transport. And governments perform important regulatory and enforcement roles while providing in good investment opportunities and environment for businesses and investors, both locally and internationally. So as governments face different challenges and governments need to do more with less, because as we understand, the debt to GDP ratio of many governments and many countries is increasing around the world. Governments are facing fiscal constraints and higher expectations from a more diverse group of citizens. So as governments have to do more with less, performance matters more than ever. And we know from a few years of research, or many years of research, that high performance does not happen by accident. We ask ourselves why certain governments work with businesses, communities, people to achieve such better outcomes than other governments. And of course, we ask ourselves, what are the reasons for these differences in performance? So, at CIG, we believe that high-performance government is not a function of a country's political system, which political party is in power, the system of government. We believe that high-performance government depends very much on the capabilities, the systems, the architecture, the skills, and the culture of those who work in government, the government leaders, political leadership, civil servants of all levels of seniority. Is the government able to articulate clear goals? Are they able to execute policy? And these all lie at the heart of capabilities. So over the past 5 years, CIG has been measuring government capabilities and performance in different governments around the world. We launched the Chandler Good Government Index, which is an index that measures the capabilities of governments. Capabilities like the ability to plan, the ability to budget, the ability to design programs, and the ability to analyze data. So what we found consistently over the last 5 years, and you can see from the chart, on the horizontal axis, you see government capabilities. These are the skills and capabilities within government. On the vertical axis, you see outcomes, outcomes that matter to citizens and businesses. Outcomes like educational, outcomes, literacy, nutrition, social mobility, environmental protection. And we see that countries with higher levels of government capabilities produce consistently better outcomes for their citizens. And this is a powerful statement of why good government matters. So I want to talk about, I think we skipped a few slides, sorry for that, okay. So I want to talk about just this model that we talk about frequently at CIG. This arises from our observation from working with different countries around the world that often we try to transform government or reform government in a piecemeal fashion. For instance, we may focus on technology or digital transformation. We may focus on the promise of AI. We may focus on leadership training. But each of these alone, while important, is not sufficient in itself to produce high-performance government. Our studies of high-performance governments around the world show us that high-performance governments undertake holistic systems, architecture, training, culture, and these are the sources of advantage that are often quite sustaining and endurable, some of these areas. The first area I'd like to talk about is performance-driven leadership. Now, we talk about good leadership a lot, and indeed leadership is a key theme of why we're here today. But what is performance-driven leadership? Now, draw a leaf from Singapore, which is the country I come from, not to suggest that Singapore does everything right or that Singapore should be a model for everyone, but because we should talk about what we know best. And I know Singapore better than I know other countries. So the first thing I'd like to talk about is just how high performance needs to begin at the top. And just a quote from our founding Prime Minister, Lee Kuan Yew, who said, "Remember this, good ministers are not just those who kiss babies and smile and have dialogue sessions. You can have endless sessions, it's very good, you keep on listening and so on." And he was very frank. It means at the end, a good minister is taking very tough, very unpleasant, very unpopular decisions, and still smiling and explaining and saying, this is what we need to do, this is what we're doing, and finally showing the results of these actions. We're turning the corner. That's what government is about. And for him, the proof, the outcomes, were the most important part of a good government. A good government produces good outcomes, regardless of its political ideology, regardless of its systems and structures. So we see here Singapore in the 1960s and of course Singapore a little bit later. And that to him, that canvas of Singapore was always the living proof to him of whether government had succeeded or not. The second thing I want to talk about is performance architecture and systems. Now, of course, government is a complex organization. It's made up of multiple ministries, parastatals, public organizations, companies, and so forth. But of these architecture and systems, which are the most important to drive high performance? So, of course, I'm very eager to learn from our distinguished panelists later in the session. Let me put forward a few thoughts for consideration. What we found, again through research and through working with different governments on the ground, is that there are three categories of systems that drive performance to the greatest degree. The first is in coordination architecture. Policy issues today are complex: climate change, demographics, trade, and they need different ministries and different agencies to work well together. So that coordinated architecture is key. The second is a robust performance management system at both individual and organizational levels. So we need to be able to tell which civil servants are performing well, which are not, which stat boards, which ministries are performing well, which are not. And finally, we need linkages between performance and rewards. Now, I'll say a bit more about that later. But just to give a few examples of this integrated coordination in Singapore, like I said, it's the country I know best. And governments that coordinate better tend to be able to achieve good results with less resource expenditure and less wastage. So placing these management units, coordination units at the center of government and enabling them to track and coordinate the actions of different ministries is often a key element of high-performing government. The next, of course, is performance management. I won't go into this in detail, but of course, performance management needs to take place both at the individual civil servant level as well as the level of ministries and organizations. And we need to ensure which skill sets are most important. Of course, there are many, and we won't say which are not important, but from our research, again, we see three sets of skills that are not important, but from our research, again, we see three sets of skills that are actually really important for government performance. The first is the ability to implement programs on the ground. Now, this is, of course, key, and many of the distinguished government leaders sitting in the audience will understand this fully. So, program implementation is a skill set of its own. It's an ability to organize, an ability to coordinate logistics, ability to deliver, an ability to get public goods and services on the ground to citizens. Many mistake this for implementation management. You know, we talk about Gantt charts, we talk about timelines, we talk about project reports and evaluation. Now, these are not implementation. This is the management of implementation. You know, we need to succeed in, we need to look at implementation itself, not just the management of implementation. The second is dynamic planning. Dynamic planning allows us to ensure that we can adapt and shift as circumstances change. And finally, the thing we found that is really important, and in Singapore, what we call, or what we used to call this, is summarized in this phrase: work for reward, reward for work. And this has a few dimensions. What this means is that really nobody should expect a free lunch, right? When we work in the Singapore government, we work in the public service, and I was in the public service for about 20 years. So we understand that there's no free lunch. We all need to do our part, we all need to work hard, and we also understand that good performers should be rewarded more than poor performers. And this is controversial in government in many countries. So I will say that, to be clear, every civil servant needs to be given good opportunities. Opportunities for training, opportunities to perform, opportunities to shine. So this part needs to be equal. All civil servants need to be given good opportunities, good training, but the results will be different. Different civil servants will achieve good results. And to pay these civil servants the same, to promote them in the same way, encourages perhaps lack of motivation and complacency. So this is key for us as well in encouraging and building high-performance government. So I'll just end off very quickly by talking about story and the importance of story. Because we have, of course, talked a lot about the building blocks of nations: education, healthcare, civil service. But nations cannot survive on these things alone. Nations are unified by story, they are motivated by story, as we have heard today. And the Chandler governance model, which is another framework we rely a lot on, looks at the total understanding of how government works with people and companies and communities to bring about national outcomes. Now, we look at the heart of the model. It's political leadership, and government leadership is at the heart of that model. Now, leadership matters for many different reasons, but one of these reasons is that leaders are stewards of story. They are not the sole architects of story. Leaders cannot come up with stories themselves, but often they need to discern these stories, write them down, communicate them. And so we look at the role of leaders in telling these stories. Going back again to Singapore, of course, we took many actions to build a nation, but we also had our storyteller-in-chief, the first Prime Minister, Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, who was a skilled storyteller and the ability to build a narrative to galvanize and mobilize a young nation that upon independence was not sure whether we could even succeed and we could even survive. We had no hinterland, no natural resources, no land, no agriculture. But Mr. Lee said, well, over 100 years ago, this was a mudflat, a swamp. Today, this is a modern city. In 10 years' time, this will be a metropolis, never fear. That narrative, that story, galvanized people, gave us hope. Again, the story carries on internationally with investment, giving confidence to investors that Singapore is a good place to do business, is stable, is green, and this reputation, this narrative, this story supports Singapore's development and progress in many different ways. Now, I want to be very clear that Singapore doesn't have a monopoly on story. There are many good examples of leaders who lead through story and use story as a focus for action. So, of course, Julius Nyerere from Tanzania is one of those examples. I really do not want to stand here teaching Africans about African history, so I will say I want to acknowledge the greatness and the contributions of these leaders and how they unified the country with a single story, Ujamaa, which is unity, which is familyhood, and making sure that everyone has a place in that story, not just a few elites. And the building blocks of story, as we see, history, heroes. We look at Botswana's founding prime minister as well as an example of one of these heroes. Heroes, of course, are not just government leaders. They can be artists, they can be inspirers, they can be anyone who is working to lead and influence others. And culture and values. Again, that's the expression of a story lived amongst its people. And I'll end off with this slide, which is what continuing to work with Elevate Africa to understand what a good national story is. For now, let me just say that we believe a good national story is something that is true to itself, it's authentic, and it's true to its people and the people it claims to represent. But of course, we will have many more discussions on this. So let me just end off by saying that CIG, over the last 6 years, we've had the honor and privilege of partnering with governments around Africa and also around the world. We have seen, through our collaborations with government leaders, the courage and the passion and the conviction with which many governments operate, and we know that change is possible. So today, I just want to thank Their Majesties again for the opportunity to be here to speak to you about high-performance government and about national story, and to say that we look forward to continuing our partnership. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much. That's fantastic. Can we please give Mr. Wong Nong Wu, please, another round of applause? It's so possible to actually miss a lot of the critical things that he's talking about, because oftentimes we like talking about things at a level of principle. What he's bringing us down to is, how do you translate principle into action using the story of Singapore, the Garden City? An entrepreneur, forgive my, I think my tongue twisting there. If you are an entrepreneur, this is a man you want to know, because not only has he won awards, but he is globally known as a social entrepreneur. He has led industry companies, he's led in civil society, and he's literally sat at the bridge between government, civil society, and enterprise, particularly as it, am I embarrassing you? I was hoping that I'm doing a good job of embarrassing you. But certainly, if you're a young entrepreneur, this is somebody you might want to grab along. So, Mr. Tim, I'm going to hand over to you, but I do want to help to call your panelists before I hand over to you. And just to let you know that we are basically going to do this panel for another 50 minutes or so. We are breaking at about 2 o'clock, and then we are going to go into lunch. So just so you understand how we are moving. So, as I mentioned, our panelists coming up, I'm going to ask them to come through, please, and then we are going to give them all a round of applause once I've mentioned all 4 names. Someone you've met already who inspired us earlier, Her Excellency Amina Khureb, I'd like to invite you up, the former president of Mauritius. His Excellency Benjamin Tesire Sheboy, who is the governor of Baringo County in Kenya. Please come through. You are welcome, sir. Someone you have not known before, and I'll say just a little bit more words about her. Honorable Kativa Diana Hamutumwa, who is the governor of the Ohangwena region in Namibia. One of the things you need to know about her is that she is a water resource expert, and she has also kind of dovetailed the space between the private sector, government, and civil society, and transitioning, particularly as governor, into natural resource management. And then last but certainly not least, I'd like to invite Honorable Dr. Frank Amao Kehene. Please forgive my Southern African accent butchering, but please, can we invite Dr. Frank to come in? He is the Ashanti Regional Minister in the Republic of Ghana, one of the youngest regional ministers, and so if there are any young people in the room, please recognize a medical doctor, but also working and caring very much about health access as well as natural resource management. Mr. Tim, over to you.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Your Majesties, for your vision, for your partnership in Elevate Africa. Thank you, Your Excellencies, and all government officials present. I stand on protocols already observed, and what an incredible panel we have, an incredible opportunity. As you can see already, we have a diverse group of incredible leaders. Before we get to you, and because Elevate Africa relies so much on the power of story, I just want to start with a story. And it happens to be my family's story, and it relates to this. So, 100 years ago, my working class grandparents left their lives, their family, and their country to desperately migrate across an ocean to search for better opportunities. Their home country, which had recently achieved independence, was still finding its place. Life was tough there, opportunities were few, average income, but underpinning them all, and this has happened since my grandparents left. Norway has built strong institutions of government, has achieved the impartial application of just laws, and has achieved a high level of trust among its citizens. Again, Her Majesty emphasized this importance of trust. These 3 factors enabled Norway to steward its natural resources wisely and for the benefit of all, to deliver key public services, to create an enabling environment where businesses and civic life could thrive. Now, by contrast, across too many countries today, they experience the conditions that characterized Norway at the time my grandparents left. Conditions of weak government institutions, high levels of corruption, and poor rule of law, which result in low-trust societies, where opportunity and prosperity are out of reach for the masses. Now, I start with that story to remind us that countries that are now thriving, such as Norway, weren't always thriving. They've been on a journey. And that journey to a more prosperous, flourishing society has been built on a foundation of good governance, of higher government performance. So, with that story, let me to our panel, and let me start with you, Your Excellency. Within Africa, Mauritius is often cited as being a example of good governance. And in fact, in Chandler's Good Government Index, which Wei Nung referenced, Mauritius has taken Africa's top spot for several years. So I wanted to ask you, what do you see as the driving factors that have contributed to good government in Mauritius, and what might other African countries learn from that experience?
Thank you. Thank you very much again. Thank you to Elevate Africa for this opportunity. You know, Mauritius, we talk about storytelling, and interestingly, we were perceived just before independence in 1968 to be a real basket case, because we were, and this is of course the findings of Nobel Prize winners who said that we're too far away from markets, we'll be subjected all the time to weather issues, and so there's no hope for Mauritius. We turned it round after independence, and coming out of independence, the country's GDP per capita was $200, and we have moved on since then. And all the time people say, Mauritius, as you have rightly said, we are a success story. We are a success story, we are a miracle. We're not a miracle. We have taken strategic decision from very early after independence. And you know, we talk about governance, but I think governance is also intertwined with opportunities. And this is where we need government. We need governance, yes. Some people will say we need more governance than government, but I think we need both. And initially after independence, the government actually put 3 pillars that actually drove the success of our economy. The first one, of course, was free access to healthcare. The second one was modicum social protection. And the third one was birth control. And then came in, to me, what has been the transformational pillar was 1976, when education became free for all. So combined with all these, we actually moved the economy. Every 10 years, we added a new pillar to the economy. But beyond this, you rightly said, the issue of institution building is very important. We managed to keep the 3 pillars of governance separate, the legislative, the executive, of course, the judiciary. They're all separate, and this has been the foundation on which we have built most of our institutions. And, you know, we are a country, just like you have said, we are a country of migrants. We have all come from everywhere. And I always say that our diversity is our strength, because we bring in our own little component to make Mauritius a very thriving society. How do you build this moving forward is we have to keep on innovating, and we have to keep on innovating with the talent of our people. And this is again where we're becoming because we're becoming an aging population. So we'll have very much to go back to Africa to draw precisely on that fantastic boon, which is of course the demography. So these are some of the building blocks we have put in place, but overriding is the power of institutions. And I always say that the day people lose trust in institution, that's the day we have lost everything. So what we have to do is keep on building the trust in institution, but this is only met when we develop a real culture of meritocracy. Because we are all different, so we really have to recognize the talent that each one of us brings on board to make it happen. And so we're going to have to keep on consolidating the institution, ensure that the rule of law, which has been there prevailing for a long time, is still maintained, and just move in with the talent, because we have no resources. We only have the talent of our people and the grey matter in our heads. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, the importance of strong institutions that are trustworthy in order to earn the trust. Moving to Her Honorable Khadiva Hamutumwa?
Hamutumwa.
Hamutumwa. Yes. Thank you for being tolerant of my poor pronunciation. So in terms of the various indices that measure good governance or rule of law, Namibia has also done fairly well among African nations. But But of course, as Wainong mentioned in his presentation, every country, no matter how well they're doing, has room for improvement and can improve. So as a young political leader, where do you see room for improvement for Namibia, and how are you working to seek that improvement?
Right. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and good morning to everybody. I think it's important to, before we speak about improvement, to understand Namibia is a young democracy. We gained our independence in 1990, just over 35 years ago, coming from the liberation struggle where we waged a war. And upon independence, a constitution was then put in place by our forefathers and our foremothers. And important with this constitution was to really make sure that there's a separation of power in terms of the legislative, the judiciary, as well as the executive. And this is very important because institutions were then built to be able to ensure that we are able to govern effectively, govern the resources, govern the people, and govern the state. Now, one of the achievements that Namibia has had over time and over the past 35 years is political stability, which is one of those that we pride ourselves in, because without political stability, it will be very difficult for you to actually govern a state. Freedom of press is also another element that we take quite seriously, where people have the right to exercise their rights and to actually speak, as well as the respect for human rights. Now, there are various notable achievements that we have actually had as a country. As I mentioned, first and foremost, bringing in legislation that would be conducive and ensure that the democracy that we have actually fought for is actually flourishing. And secondly, making sure that we actually bring up a creation between central government as well as regional government, and empowering your regional government so that it is able to then function semi-autonomously within the local government, and make sure that people across the rural areas are actually spread. Now, importantly in this was the enactment of the Decentralization Act, where we looked at then devolving certain functions and powers through to the regional councils. And this was important for governance because if you actually keep governance at the top level, at the central level only, it becomes very difficult for you to be able to lead. So there are certain key strategic functions within the government that have actually been decentralized to the regional level, and this is really to ensure that basic services are actually translated. We looked at the whole aspect around gender equality, which became a strategic imperative for us to be able to govern effectively. And with this, we then took the Beijing Declaration quite seriously and introduced what we called a 50-50, zebra style from the political party, the ruling political party, and that translated into increased representation of women within your National Assembly, your National Council, as well as in cabinet. I think we are one of the countries in Africa at this point in time where our cabinet has over 50% of women that are actually within cabinet, and we've got women that are actually leading, thank you, quite highly. Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah is a female. Her Excellency Madame Lucia Witbooi is also a woman, and she's the Vice President of the country, the Speaker of the National Assembly, as well as so many other leaders at both central as well as regional level. And then I think another important one was youth empowerment, making sure that young people are included in the space of governance, because as a country, over 60% of our population is youth, and we had to make sure that we tap into that youth dividend. Now, if we look at what are the areas that I would particularly think are important for concentrating on. First and foremost, it's about meritocracy, and Her Excellency has mentioned it quite well. Making sure that you have the right people in the right positions at the right time. Making sure that you've got leadership capability that is actually able to transition the vision into tangible results. Secondly, I believe what is important is driving digitization, getting into e-governance, that's very important, and automating your key business processes within your public sector and making sure that people actually have access to these services. And then I think one of those that I'm really passionate about as a third one, which I really do quite well within the region, is speaking or doing with action. getting to the people and making sure that you lead with the people and you don't lead for the people. So all the decisions that are being made, whether at regional or central government level, need to be decisions that the people actually choose and say, this is what we want for development. And as a leader, you are then supposed to create the right environment, provide the resources, and make sure that it actually happens. So we need to translate that into getting on the ground. I normally like saying at home, putting your boots on and sitting with the community and engaging in participatory democracy and governance. Thank you.
Wow. So much wisdom there. Importance of decentralized governance, importance of gender equality, including in political leadership. By the way, I think my country was referenced earlier, 250 years. 0 women sitting in the top seat. Youth empowerment, meritocracy, driving e-governance, and leading with action for your constituents. So it's so great. On to you, Your Excellency. I've had the opportunity within this year to visit your county, as I told you earlier, and it was quite an honor. Good, if not great leadership, I think is required to achieve good governance. And you and I had a brief conversation earlier this morning about that, because in countries around Africa and the world, we're seeing declining trust among citizens in their public leaders. And I'd like to hear you maybe comment on why do you think that is, and what is needed to change that. You mentioned a quote that I wrote down when we were just chatting earlier, and it was, "Society has changed faster than its leaders." So yeah, please tell us.
Thank you. Thank you, team, for that very important question. And the issue of declining public trust in leadership is a global concern. It is something that's of serious concern. Indeed, declining public trust in leadership is a global concern. In many cases, it stems from a perceived gap between what leaders promise and what they deliver. Earlier on, I said that leaders look at the next electoral cycles. In our campaigns as leaders, we mention all the good things that we want to do for the people. And then when you get in there, you quickly change from what you said to what you deliver. That is the main cause of lack of public trust. We preach water and drink wine. If we can be able to preach water and drink water, then that's the right thing. There are issues of integrity, issues of accountability, issues of governance. And of course, you want to deliver the people from poverty. And yet when you get in there, you try as much as possible to deliver yourself out of poverty, and continue maintaining the people from what they have been. If we do the kind of things that my former speakers said, to focus on integrity, focus on accountability, focus on good governance, and focus on delivering on the promises that we have made. With the modern technology, Internet of Things, you can be able to bridge that gap. And the worst thing about it is that when you make those promises, you are making it in public, recorded in public, and Internet never forgets. So if people want to test you for your deliverance of promises, they will bring up the clip that you said, that we will do this for you. We will do A, B, C, D for you. We will deliver you from poverty. We will deliver you from poor education. We will deliver you from poor public health. And then they bring in the real situation. That is when you will just be surprised. So how can we breach that public trust? I think therein lies the challenge. We must develop institutions, as you have said, but more important, constitutions must determine what should be expected of leaders. And we must measure our leaders from that constitution. For example, if you are going to say that we are going to do public participation in decision making on what should be done in a particular instance, then you work with the public, and the public will be able to tell you what they want, and then you use the resources that have been given to you by the taxpayers to be able to deliver on the promises that you have given, and more importantly, the decisions that the public have made as what they want. So that it is not what you want to give them, but it is what the public want to see in your leadership. To rebuild trust, therefore, leaders must embody servant leadership that puts people first. We must communicate openly, deliver tangible results, and act with consistency and integrity. I like what has been said earlier on by the former president of Mauritius, that meritocracy must be seen to be done. If you don't do that so that you can get the right people in the right places with the right skills and qualifications, then you will not succeed. As for attracting stronger leaders, I believe it begins with nurturing values at all levels of society. If you do not inculcate the necessary values to all the leaders so that they practice what they believe, so that the younger generation can be able to follow, then it's unlikely for you to succeed in bridging the gap. We must mentor young people to lead with purpose rather than personal gain. Leadership, training, exposure to ethical governance, and opportunities for youth participation in decision-making will go a long way towards building a new generation of capable and trustworthy leaders. That is why Elevate Africa is here. I'm sure we are trying to put together younger generation of leaders to be able to grow into good leaders. But you must start with the school system. Start with the culture at the base of the school system, so that you teach children, for example, not to litter the streets. And then you don't litter the streets yourself. And that will begin making people to change. I believe that is, I've tried to answer your question the way it should. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So much wisdom in there and some great sound bites I know that the organizers will capture for us. And speaking of a younger generation of leaders, Dr. Frank Amoako, Ashanti Regional Minister, Republic of Ghana. So in preparing for this panel, I was researching you on the internet. And what I found is, as a leader and a young leader, you make very good use of social media to communicate with your constituents. So tell us a bit about that. How do you think about using social media and using the power of story to be a better, more effective leader?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and a very good afternoon to you all. Yes, I'm from Ghana, Republic of Ghana in West Africa. The home of Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, one of the lead Pan-Africanists who led for the independence of Ghana and for that matter, that of Africa. And since our independence in 1957, 68 years on, we realized that we had to undergo years or decades of unstable democracy. We only became stable under a fourth republic, meaning that we had to overthrow 3 different constitutions before the 1992 constitution that achieved us since then till this time. And throughout that period, we realized that it is lack of understanding, especially on the side of the young ones, that would predispose them to people putting them together to overthrow any government. Because anyone who wants to overthrow any government cannot be successful without getting the youth on their side. So since the inception of the 1992 Constitution, which actually was built through what we call the Consultative Assembly. So the Consultative Assembly decided to go down to the ordinaries, farmers, carpenters, teachers, lawyers, doctors. They wanted to have the perspective of everyone so that that constitution will serve the aspiration of almost every citizen of the republic. And that constitution has served us very well. So the constitution gives opportunity for youth representation on boards, youth representations under ministries, youth and women representation in governance, so that the youth will have one of their own as part of the government, and they will be able to connect to the person, and they will be able to seek for information whenever there is any misinformation or disinformation in the system. And I want to thank my current president, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama, for leading the way for Ghana. His current government has majority of government appointees being very youthful, for which reason I sit here as the youngest regional minister ever appointed by any government of the Republic. Before our election into government, we used social media a lot in selling our message. Usually on most of the platforms, you can go live and you can give the youth opportunity to talk to you. So we did that a lot during the campaign period. Little did we know His Excellency gave the young ones who helped him in the campaign an opportunity to serve in government. Now you become a minister of state and you run away from the people. You don't go back to the same medium you used to reach out to them when you were campaigning. Then definitely you will break that trust and that confidence they have with you. So as minister, almost every weekend, I go on social media, I go on live, I pick whoever wants to talk to me. If there is any question, any concern, any problem within your community, I have 43 mayors under me. I have all the security agencies under me. So whatever the problem may be, irrespective of the form of it, definitely I'll have the opportunity to be able to intervene or to give some form of explanation or leadership. Those that are above me, definitely as a Gen Z minister, I should be able to receive that information from them and pass it on to the president. So that seated at the presidency, he will know the thinking and the perspective of the young ones on the street. So for the past 9 months, having served as minister, that has been my role, that has been what I've been doing almost every now and then, trying to interact with them and trying to also be available to them. Beyond that, it was difficult assessing ministers and getting to even book an appointment with them. So what I decided to do was to create an online platform, give them an opportunity to fill, get someone who is seated, filter them, and then schedule them for appointments, so that every afternoon before I close from work, I will be able to attend to a few of them, so that they feel part of the government. So these are the inclusive government initiatives that we are putting out there, so we will be able to move the youth along and be able to sustain our democracy. So yes, learning from this, I would encourage leaders gathered here that we shouldn't only go to the people when we need them to vote for us. Once we go to them and they give us the mandate, we should endeavor to lead with them, govern with them, listen to them. There are times you may be doing some things or projects that you may think that it is in the good interest of the people. But because you are unavailable to explain to them the benefits of same, they may misconstrue it for something different and may even rise up against you. So let us be open. If we want to sustain our democracies, let us be open. Let us be closer to the people. And once we do that, we should be able to win their trust and move them for prosperity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I encourage everyone to do a little research on the internet, and you find Dr. Frank being very, very active there. So we have about 12 minutes left. I'm going to do one more round of questions, but we'll have to ask you, please, to make your responses brief. And coming back to you, Your Excellency, you heard Wei Nung's presentation that highlighted a role for government leaders to develop a national story, create a vision to unify a population. How important do you think this storytelling function is for national leaders, and why?
Thank you. The storytelling, I think I'll use it from the widest sense of the word. So far we have seen storytelling vis-a-vis the leaders. But I think storytelling is so important, especially for Africa, because we have so many young people. And for them to remain grounded within the continent, to their culture, to the tradition, to the heritage they have, it is very, very important for them to know the history of Africa. And I think there is a gap there. People still don't know who the true leaders have been, the struggles and what they have gone through. So I think it's very important for young kids, young adults, to actually get to grips with the history of Africa, of course, the history of the leaders. Why it matters also is that when these young people get to grips with the history of their country, of their region, of the continent, they will develop a sense of belonging to the continent. And it is very important for them also to feel pride in what has been achieved and to get them to where they are. We look at, for example, South Africa and Namibia, the struggle movement and everything that they have gone through to reach to where they are. So it's very important to highlight these young people so that they become very, very proud to be African, residing, domiciled in Nigeria, African, domiciled in Namibia, and to develop precisely this belonging, to belong to this continent, to be proud to be African, to eat African, to wear African, and to do everything African. Thank you.
Thanks. Back to you, Honorable Governor. Surveys across the continent and the world show that corruption is one of the biggest drivers of declining trust we see among citizens for their government. And the problem goes beyond just lost trust. Corruption is related to lower social and economic outcomes for citizens generally. What can and should leaders be doing to address what has sometimes been called a cancer of corruption that can so negatively impact public systems? And what has worked in Namibia?
Thank you. Thank you for that relevant question. I think we will all agree in the room that corruption actually robs people of socio-economic growth as well as stability. Now, if we look at Namibia in particular, we've established the Anti-Corruption Commission, which came as a result of a piece of legislation that was established. And this is an institution that is independently working. It's run by a Director General, independently working without fear or favor to actually deal with corruption at any level. So with Namibia, corruption is corruption. It doesn't matter who you are, whether it's big corruption or whether it's small corruption. We also have the Ombudsman as well, which is also an institution where people actually are able to go and report cases of corruption. We've also established the Whistleblowers Act, and this is a piece of legislation that actually protects people who actually go out and actually report corrupt practices. But what is important with regards to corruption is the issue around prevention. So not dealing with corruption after it has happened, but actually preventing corruption. And one of the ways that we ensure that we prevent corruption in Namibia is that our public procurement system is very transparent. So with the Ministry of Finance and Public Enterprise, as well as the Central Procurement Board, all public enterprises are required to actually publish their annual procurement plans. And when you publish them, it speaks to the goods and services that the country will actually need to source or buy at any given point in time. We're also required to then publish all the bidders that have actually applied for a specific tender, for example, and results are actually presented openly. We've also established what we call a review panel, and in the event that there is anything that is reported that may be wrong, you have a review panel that then comes in. Now, I want to also say that with the 8th administration, Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah treats corruption as treason. So there is no compromise when it comes to corruption within the Republic of Namibia. What we can do further that I believe will actually add a lot of value, we need to start having the conversation of corruption in our education system. A child that starts grade 1 needs to know the word corruption, what corruption means, how corruption actually looks like, and what it actually does to society. When you embed it within your educational system, then you start creating a culture of awareness where people actually know that if I give a bribe to a traffic cop, it's actually corruption. So we need to put it within our education system. Young people need to understand from as early as the age of 7 what corruption is. Then I believe we will then be developing a culture that actually prevents corruption and doesn't deal with corruption when it happens. Thank you.
Thank you. You've hit on so many important points, including the issue of procurement, which is often one of the biggest corruption risks in any country around the world, and embedding it with our young people, because it's not just a matter of government. We need to change the mindsets and for the young ones as well. Okay, we're running out of time, and I know the organizers will, they put it on me to try to put us back on time. So I'm going to, with apologies for the two gentlemen, but I'm going to ask you each the same question, and I want to give you 1-2 minutes at most to answer it very succinctly. And the question is, as we think about the quality of governance and the future of Africa, are you more optimistic or are you more concerned? And why? First to you, Honorable Governor.
Thank you, Tim. I'm always the type of person who doesn't see the glass half empty. I'd like to see it half full. In other words, I'm optimistic that the future is there for all of us to endeavor. If we go by what is happening now in all our African countries, where constitutions are being interrogated to see and to refine them to be relevant to the moment. And also, if we look at the fact that we are now in an age that transparency is not something that you demand for. It is obvious. Like I told you earlier on, technology is making communities to know what you do, whether you like it or not. Information is moving faster than what the leaders perhaps are thinking. It behoves on leaders now to move together with the communities, with the youthful population in Africa who are always on the internet. You will get your information out there before you know that they have said. You don't have to hide anything. I remember in those days when we were in government, the beginning of government in Africa, there used to be things called secret files, where files are stamped secret and kept in a strong room. Not anymore. Everything you do is in the open space. And that is why I keep on saying, we as leaders, and the younger generation of African leaders, should now know that you cannot hide anymore. You will try to hide, but information will go out there. So do the right thing, be of integrity, be fair, and let everyone benefit from your leadership. Thank you.
Honorable Dr. Frank, more optimistic or more concerned about the future of governance in the continent?
Thank you very much. Even if I had any fears, any iota of doubt about the success of governments and the African continent, at least, with what I've seen today, Elevate Africa has led the way and has led the path. And I think that that is a renaissance for Africa. And that is an iota of hope that if we unite and we decide that we want to save the continent, that we want to write together the next chapter of Africa and write it the way we want it, it is possible that we can together do same and do it wonderfully. And I'm glad that today we didn't just meet here to complain, to weep, to count our losses, but we gathered here to ponder over how you and I would be able to rebuild the Africa that we want and be able to grow together as a continent. What I'm looking forward to is the fact that we need not to look elsewhere, looking for partnership to develop our raw materials. We need not to ship overseas all the cocoa, or the bauxite, or the diamonds that we produce here in Africa. If Botswana doesn't have the capacity to process all the diamonds that we produce here, Ghana equally mines diamond. Can there be government-to-government partnership so that if we don't have the resources as one country to build a processing plant, the two countries will be able to form that right partnership and be able to build that plant and make sure that we do not only mine to feed overseas companies, but we feed our companies right here in Africa. All the cocoa we are producing, we would be able to form these partnerships between ourselves and be able to build the Africa that we all want. So I believe so much that this is a stepping stone, and I want to also commend His Royal Highness and her ladies and the government of Botswana for bringing up this platform. I think that this should be a stepping stone. Countries gathered here, let us see how best we would be able to have sister city arrangements, have people-to-people exchanges, to be able to see how best we will be able to share knowledge and build Africa that we all want. We are blessed, not only with the natural resources, but I believe so much that we have the human resources that if we unite, we should be able to build the Africa that we all want. On this note, I want to thank you all.
Okay, let me come to the Honorable Governor and give the last word to Her Excellency.
Thank you. Dr. Kwame Nkrumah once opined that Africa must unite or perish. And that is a statement that I live with every day. Now, I'm highly optimistic because of the fact that if I look at this room, you've got the brain power that Africa actually needs to actually change and transition from where we are to where we want to be. I think if we look at policies such as your African peer review mechanism, your Africa Free Trade or African Continental Free Trade agreements, it's important that we actually leverage on those, but we start acting on them. I want to give a classical example between Namibia and Botswana. In the past, you can only come to the Republic of Botswana from Namibia if you have a passport. Now, not everybody can afford a passport. We may think that everybody can, but your ordinary citizen at the village might not be able to do that. So through the negotiations bilaterally between the two governments, we started then using the system of the ID. Every citizen has got access to an identity card. So anybody can decide from Namibia today that I'm going to stand up, wake up, and I'm going to cross the border and go to the Republic of Botswana just with an ID. What that does is it makes sure that we leverage on technology, leverage on skills, leverage on culture, leverage on people. So I'm very optimistic, and I believe that with the youth dividend and the energy that we have as young people in Africa, we can make it grow and unite, as Dr. Kwame Nkrumah said. Thank you.
Thank you. Very inspiring words. And to you, Your Excellency, more concerned or more optimistic?
I'm very optimistic about Africa, and we have so much that we can't afford to squander another generation. So it's hard to us. And I will cite Nelson Mandela, who rightly said, it all seems impossible until it's done. And I think we can do it. Thank you.
So please give another round of applause for this esteemed panel. Again, thank you to our host, Government of Botswana, for Your Majesties, for elevating Africa and for including governance and leadership as one of the three pillars on which you focus. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Another big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Before you leave, can we have a picture taken, please? Just for the panelists, just as you're standing there, please pose for a picture. And smile. There we go. There we go. Photographer, we done? We can't keep the smiles for too long. Another one is coming. Okay, thank you. May I release them, please? Thank you very much. Elevate Africa, please, a round of applause, a big one. A big one. Important discussions on governance on our continent, Africa. Thank you so much for those conversations. We are going to jump straight into the next panel discussion. And allow me to call on the moderator for this panel discussion, who's the founder, Women in Leadership Advancement Network. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Ms. Abosede George Ogan. Let's give her a big round of applause as she comes through. Oh, I love the ululations. Africa, ladies, let me hear you ululate. Thank you. And let's also hear the men, the whistles. You're trying. Thank you so much. I would like to call on her panel, Representative Kim Schofield, member, Georgia State. Please come through. Representative District 63. Let's give her a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to call on Her Royal Highness, Senator Princess Dlamini, Parliament of the Kingdom of Eswatini. Let's give her a big round of applause. And of course, the moderator. Thank you very much. Over to you, and your timer starts now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, good afternoon. I recognize that I'm the ones, or we're the ones standing in between you and lunch. And we don't want to be those people. So we'll speed this along. Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is such an honor to be moderating this conversation with two transformational female leaders. Please give them a round of applause. So allow me to take a few minutes to just frame this conversation. As mentioned earlier, for this panel, we're going to be exploring transformational female leadership, particularly how women are redefining power, access, and influence across different spaces. Now, some data for us. Always good to bring the evidence. Women make up 49.7% of Africa's population, but according to the Interparliamentary Union, we only hold 25.7% of parliamentary seats. Similarly, and unfortunately, only less than 8% of positions on listed African firms are held by women, according to McKinsey. This is despite the evidence which shows that when women lead, and we've heard a lot of that today, nations thrive. According to UN Women, countries with higher women's representation record stronger social investment and governance stability. In addition to that, the Africa Development Bank found that African firms with gender-balanced leadership report 20 to 25% higher profitability. So we're leaving money on the table when we don't have women in leadership. So for this conversation, we want to give you a glimpse of how transformational female leadership can be leveraged as we write Africa's next chapter. So let's dive right in. Princess, yes. I would love to start with you. Okay. Now, you have led and excelled in traditional leadership and political leadership. These are two institutions that tend to be male-dominated. Can you share with us some of the critical success factors that have allowed you to excel in these spaces?
Okay, thank you. Your Majesties, thank you for inviting us. Well, I don't want to waste too much time since it's almost lunch hour already. But I want to say to you, this is a very easy question for me because I am born in the royal family, and I culture and tradition is what we live by. It is who we are. And I believe that culture and tradition does not clash with modernity. If we as Africans do it the African way, like we are doing it in Eswatini, we are a tiny kingdom that sits between Mozambique and South Africa. And I come from a line of queens. My grandmother's grandmother was a queen. And these were very strong women who have shaped Africa, especially the southern part of Africa. My grandmother, or great-grandmother, who is my father's grandmother, opened up the door for education in Eswatini. She was the one who allowed, I believe, she changed the mindset about education. Because she's the one who said, my father should go to school, was King Sopuzo II. She sent him to school against the council, against the royal family's advice, against everybody's advice. But she understood then that the white man has arrived. And if you have an uneducated king, you will not be able to survive. And I personally believe that had she not done that, we wouldn't have survived, having been the tiniest kingdom in the southern region. I don't think we would have made it. So the current Queen Mother, who is the king's mother, the reigning king, she has also done very well in making sure that women are empowered. She has taken some of the most traditional cultural events like the Marula, and she has converted that to women empowerment, where women come and bring the Marula canals and crush it and turn it into a cosmetic oil that is going all over the world and is doing very well. And these are very poor women who have no other means, no other way of making any source of income except that. And I believe it's because of these women. And when you grow up in royalty, you are taught that you must listen before you act. You must listen to the people. And for us, royalty, there is no us without the people. So we have to do whatever it takes to empower people. In Parliament, we are bringing all kinds of legislation to make sure that women are empowered. The King of Eswatini has made sure that it is included in our constitution that once the election has gone by, and when we look at the numbers, if the women are not very well represented, all the regions are going to elect another member of parliament, and she is to be female, to come into parliament and represent women. In the last election, which was 2023, the king actually advocated, he came out and asked the nation to go and vote for women into parliament. Wow. So I'm coming from that experience myself, and for me, it is a natural act to support whatever it takes to empower. But I've learned that women, the young ones that are coming behind us, because I'm 55 years old, and the young ones are not doing so well in wanting to learn from the ones who were before. And women have an issue. I think it's an emotional intelligence issue sometimes, because we easily get intimidated with each other. Then the competition thing begins, and then we end up losing something great that we could have learned from others. I try to mentor, because they're younger politicians than I am, much younger female politicians that I'm trying to mentor. Yeah. But as you know, with women, sometimes
we'll come
it's
to that mentorship question, yeah, because we must talk about it.
Okay.
Representative Schofield, I'd love to come to you. Women make up 32% of the Georgia state legislature. What strategies have been effective in strengthening women's voices in legislative reform?
Thank you. That's a great question. And thank you to Your Majesties for allowing us to be here and to be a part of this great convening. As a member of the Georgia House of Representatives, I've been serving for 8 years. And one of the things that I've found are two specific strategies. First of all, we have to learn the accurate way of building power. And through partnership is the main way. And how many of you know that collaboration is the new currency of power?
That's right.
You cannot do this work alone. And real transformation happens when we collectively win. It's not a single self-serving attitude. It is a mind of being connected to one another. The three of us may have just met, but we are now connected. We have misalignment when there are egos that come into play when we talk about power and building power. As a policy leader, there were three things and three strategies that I had to learn quickly. That is power over, power within, and power with. The second strategy that I learned as a legislator is to lead with not only integrity, but with impact and empathy. We legislate for the heart of the people and through the heart of the people. It's about the people that we serve, but we make that impact with others. You'll find that when we talk about access and power, the word resilience comes into play. And we strategize around being intentional and being relevant. A lot of times with young leaders, there's no sense of relevancy. They just want the power now and want to move through it quickly. We'll find that that power then is being misused, and sometimes it's being lost and diverted in other spaces. We've got to share the common vision and the goals, but let me say something about vision. All day long, people opt in and they opt out of others' visions. So unless you are grounded as a transformational leader, then someone can come and steal your dream. And then what do? We get in our feelings and our emotions. One thing is to diversify yourself, and as Princess has said, with not only women, but with men, young adults, and youth. Those are the key strategies that we're going to need to step into this next space of not just leading by intention, but what I like to call recalibration.
Fantastic. Please give them a round of applause. So one of the themes that's already coming up is people, people, people. And we've heard it today. Whether it's in traditional leadership or political leadership, people must remain at the center. I hear you. All right, so Princess, it was really interesting to hear the story you told about your grandmother. So now we know why you are so passionate about education. But specifically in your work, you have advocated for technology to be an enabler to actually push education. And so I'm wondering, how have you ensured that that process is inclusive in a way that it doesn't only benefit people maybe in the urban areas, but across board?
Thank you again. Well, on that one, I will have to give you an example of what is happening right now. My current Minister of ICT, because I sit as the chairperson of the ICT Ministry in the Senate, the Minister of ICT is a woman, a very powerful, dynamic woman that I stand behind and I support fully. Senator Savannah is her name. She has brought with her, because she has come from outside the country, she was in the diaspora, and we have invited her back because we feel she has so much to give to the nation. She has brought with her an idea of government in your hand idea, which I feel will transform the lives of every Luswati on the ground, in the rural areas or anywhere and everywhere else. Government in Your Hand is an initiative that brings government products to everyone, anywhere and everywhere. I think everybody in Africa will tell you that if you go to the Minister of Home Affairs in any country, the long lines for all types of certificates, be it birth certificates, death certificate, or whatever certificate, it's always forever long. The immigration is forever long. What she has done with this Government in Your Head initiative, it enables people to do these processes at home without having to go into the government offices. And then once the documents have come out, they're then brought into the different constituencies all over the country. So people don't even have they have resources to travel into the city to get there. So we are pushing for that in Parliament because we're still in working stages of that. We also have the Rail Science Technology Park, which is, it is innovation at its very best. It allows young minds to come in, entrepreneurs, and have new ideas and bring their ideas and and couple, like allow them to do what needs to be done by them, because like one of the speakers before us said, we have to allow young people, because if we don't, technology will let them do it over us anyway. So we are pushing that in Parliament right now. We are also pushing for the Research Council Act, which was passed in 2023. We are trying to get the regulations done for that, so we can do more research, so we get to know more. Because like I was telling you, with Her Majesty's initiative of the Marula Canal, we have also found that we have 4 other different indigenous trees that we can use to produce more oil and more cosmetics, food, I mean, not just cosmetic, actually, even food products are coming out of this indigenous product. So without the Research Council, we will not be able to get all of this done. So these are the laws we are pushing currently in government right now.
Fabulous. So Representative Schofield, yes, please clap. So I want to talk, I mean, and what we're trying to do here is really demonstrate how women leaders contribute to critical sectors. So you have extensive experience and work driving health policy. I mean, you did that under the Obama administration. What are the unique perspectives that women bring to a critical sector like health?
Thank you. And my journey in health is really a personal journey because of the health issues that I battled with before being a legislator. So one of the things that I do know, when women are involved in healthcare, we change the lens on which healthcare is viewed. Women are both healers and liberators. I'll say it again, healers and liberators. Women come from a sense of, we use the data, we use the stories, we use the research, we use the innovation, all of the tools, because when we look at healthcare on a continuum of not just health as a clinical health, but health in all sectors, it really does change the interjection of how we view health. I work with 180 legislators. We have 38 black women. I'm a part of a national organization that has 780 black women legislators from across the US. We are involved in health every day. Health is the new standard. So whether I'm working on things as food as medicine, healing arts, we've got to find a way that trauma is addressed through the healing lens of women. We're not coming from just being a point of nurturers and birthers, but the innovative scale of which we operate empowers women to use every form of gift that sometimes we don't know is resting in the womb of where we sit. Our policies include making sure that the voice of the stories of those that have chronic disease, that do not have access to health care, those stories are at the forefront. Training the next set of women doctors in all sectors, researchers. I'm a lupus researcher in some things that I do. I represent lupus, and I've worked in that space for 16 years. So when it comes to health, and as I serve on the health committee, I know that healing is in our hands, it's in our hearts, it's in our mouths, it's in our thoughts. But as a practitioner and liberator of using data, storytelling, and using innovation, that's how we shape and change the landscape of what really happens in the space of health, healthcare, and health equity.
Fabulous. Please give us, let's keep the claps coming. Women are healers and liberators. I love it. All right, so our time is moving really quickly, but I want to talk about mentorship. We know that mentorship remains the bridge between access and influence. And I would love you, Princess, to share with us a single mentorship moment that most shaped your leadership journey.
Well, single. Well, it's quite a number of them. It's hard to pick. But my father is my mentor. I'm sorry. I want to say everybody has done well, but for me, it's family. It's what my father has represented. He always taught us, have no enemies. Whatever you do, make sure you do not have enemies. Impossible as that is, I think he lived by that, because at his funeral, we were able to bring, at that time, apartheid was very much active in the southern part of Africa. And leaders of the ANC at that time were not even allowed to come into South Africa. Some of them were put into exile and everything else that was happening. But at my father's funeral, Dr. Oliver Tambo was there, along with President Botha at that time, the white South African. And that moment in time, I think, shaped my understanding of not having enemies. To not have enemies, it doesn't mean that you have to get along and go along and agree in everything. You just have to find a way, a common ground, whatever that may be, and try to work with it the best you can. And I believe the women can do that if we choose to, if we get to the understanding that success is not a scarce resource, it's not short. It's not going to be wiped out by somebody else. If somebody else succeeds, there's still room. It's a big resource that most of us, all of us can harness if we allow that to happen.
Thank you so much. I think it's really important that we highlight that men can be allies,
yes,
and can also mentor us. And I think that's really important. And I think that last point you made there around women, because of the design, have had genuine constraints sometimes why we're not always on the same side. And it's because of the scarcity, right? Because really there has been a lot of scarcity. But I think your point around less competition and more collaboration, and we will get there. All right, so Representative Schofield, I want to come to you. How can transformational female leadership redefine power, access, and influence across Africa and beyond?
So there are a couple of things that I'm going to lead with. And the first thing is that women must rebuke all of the hierarchies and the gender-based bias that has held us down for so many years. It is time that we rise up and not to discount the men, but to allow everyone to walk together and elevate each other's gifts. The other thing is that we've got to stop being petty. We've got to lock out the pettiness, because your blessing may be the person that you're sitting next to or the person that you have not yet aligned with.
That's right.
We've got to lock arms together. You know, we now lock arms.
Yes.
And we walk together in unity. There's a strong word that says, how can two of us agree unless we walk together in unity? So it's time that when you make your allies, your friends, and we do not have to always get along, but we have to agree that we're going in the right direction together. Right. So we're going to forge that path. And maybe some of us today have to go back and apologize. Yep. Or we've got to release ourselves from saying, I see some hands nodding back there, like we got some apologies in the room. But if your destiny is tied into a person that you have been misaligned or need to walk in agreement with, don't let someone else's ego or your ego block your next step in life.
Yeah. Thank you very much. All right, we're almost down to the wire, and we're committed to keeping to time. So in this room, we have traditional leaders, policy makers, we've got young people, we've got the media who tell the stories for us. What are the specific call to action that you would like to leave the people in this room? We've committed to not just coming here and having a conversation and going back home. We want to do something. We want to take action. Princess, let me start with you. What would you say?
Well, take action. There's so much actions to be taken. But let's us for us women to be given a chance. Let us not be celebrated for taking positions, because that's long overdue. We were supposed to be doing that long time ago. So let's just let it be okay for us to come into the decision-making table. Let it be acceptable. Let it not be a ceremonious event. Let it not be a big deal. Let it be normal for us women to be allowed to come in and say, this is how it should be done. Because in reality, African communities have always been carried at the women's back. Go to the marketplace. You will see that Africa is at the back of women. Women, our mothers are the ones that have taken us to school. Our mothers in the marketplaces, they have paid for our education to be what we have become. So let it be okay for us to come in and make the decisions and be acceptable and not keep making a big deal out of it. That's all I ask.
Representative.
So I come all the way from Atlanta, Georgia, and for those who I've met before, Kim stands for Keep It Moving. So I'm going to leave you with this call to action. I had to write it because I want to be very clear. And it is simply, let us be the generation that just doesn't talk about transformation and change. We will continue to learn it, live it, legislate it, and be committed to leaving the legacy that was set before us. Let's make a commitment today to be relevant and resilient. And I will quote my friend. He's a poet named Hank Stewart. It's our time, it's our season. And if we don't transform lives, redesign our systems, steward our resources, protect our democracy, Africa, hear me, then it's our fault. Our time is not to someday. Our time is now. Tick-tock.
Clock is ticking. Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have seen from this conversation that women are not just filling leadership gaps, but they are transforming leadership itself. Countries with gender-balanced leadership deliver stronger economies, more stable governance, and greater social progress. Therefore, we must prioritize women's leadership as we birth Africa's next chapter. At WILAN, the organization I lead, we say that women's leadership can change everything, everywhere. And I believe that. Please join me in celebrating these transformational female leaders. Thank you very much.
Another big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. If you could just pose for a picture, ladies. If you could just pose for a picture, or photographer will come through and take this picture. Please come through. Congratulations, congratulations. There we go. Okay, did we get that one? And we did speak about women and men partnering for the great, just hold on. So, yeah, figured there is need for a man in the picture. There we go. My smile is fading. You get it? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, let's give them a big round of applause. It has been presentations from morning, it's been conversations, it's been robust talk from all our panels, from our keynote addresses. We would like to switch it up just a little bit and get to watch and enjoy a spoken word artist. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for I.B. Quake. At the back there, are you still there? Let me hear you make some noise, please. Ah, fantastic. Thank you so much. I.B. Quake, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Your Majesties, Your Excellencies, distinguished government officials, and of course, our very lovely guest. I'm Ivy Quick, a spoken word artist, and I just need your attention for a couple of minutes. I'm here, courtesy Elevate Africa. I'm so passionate about Africa, and I'm here to speak about the next chapter. Thank you. How do we break glass ceilings? How do we number the stars in the sky and not include ourselves in it? Not include our reflection in the constellation? How are we talking innovation and still sending smoke signals to Silicon Valley for validation? The sky is not our limit. We've gone past it. And the heavens have to include Africans in its yearly budget. How about we send an invoice to the stars for imitating Africans and calling it the constellation? The sky is where we place our feet, make our mark in history, and the clouds is where we save it. We have talent too heavy for gravity, so earth is where we don't die, just sleep. Like it's the valley of the great kings. We don't just speak, we decree and command. Call for things that be not as though they were. We don't see ourselves as less when we come from royalty, with empires realer than the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. We have culture nestled deep. Call it art, call it fire, call it local, and watch the world sample everything. The way we make waves with Afrobeat and Amapiano, gyrate until bodies can't stand still or say. See, Africa is not behind, we're becoming. We're not begging to be seen, we're summoned. So how do you break glass ceilings? You don't tiptoe in stilettos, you come in healing, killing, by being revolutionary. Fall, but get back up quicker than Humpty Dumpty. With ancestors in our blood screaming, break it. Because we don't just break glass ceilings by just sitting. And what do we say to those whose fire is fighting water? Being a god is too good to be true. So they'll settle for nothing more. They can't dream past Mars. Then the next match Jim I cannot settle London is their only bus stop. The eye of London means nothing to those who can't see. Those who don't believe. Dream. Take the head of Goliath even when the tune is risky. Be David. Break boundaries past the point of attack. See, this is Africa's next chapter. One that includes trade, agriculture, fashion, architecture, name it. And what we have is enough to begin with. Because trade is power. It is how a continent stops being pitied and starts being paid. Trade is the language of nations who take themselves seriously. And Africa is speaking now. Fiercely, finally, fluently. So this is how you break glass ceilings. You work with purpose in your pace. You walk like your name is etched in space. We don't ask for seats when we make the table. Turn no into not yet, we make fate unstable. So this is a continent that plays with passion. We are waking the Victor Osimhen in us. So a young boy in Niger knows that his feet can take him anywhere in the world as long as he keeps at it. And Her Majesty has made it possible for women like us to engage in conversations that matter and elevate us. Do we not know that we are fire? But the flame that keeps the nation awake, the signal of smoke that speaks into industries, but the talking drum beating with dexterity loud enough to cause villages to stand still, or a fire flagging its flames like a call to action. I dare nations to not listen as we come to action. So this is for the girls writing poems with no audience, for mothers starting life again as a young girl, for African boys who forbid the notion that they are inferior, for the men pushing down closed doors because nobody me go tell no, for those who are ready to make music even if it's not from Fela and Nikula, to people who break boundaries and revive hope. We're not privileged to be center of conversation. We deserve to be in every room, every office, every stage, every tongue, and I dare say every place where decisions are being made. You don't try to resurrect a people who cannot die and simultaneously know how to rise. So I present to you Africa's next chapter. Thank you.
Thank 1 in every 4 people on earth will be African. That means 1 in 4 workers, 1 in 4 creators, 1 in 4 consumers from this continent. Africa is the youngest region in the world. 40% of its people are under 15. While other continents are aging, Africa is getting younger, faster, smarter. By 2050, 900 million more people will live in African cities. That's new schools, new markets, new industries waiting to grow. Internet use has jumped from 1% in 2000 to over 40% today. Trade across Africa now connects 1.3 billion people and a $3.4 trillion economy. So, when people ask if Africa is the next chapter, the answer is simple. The data already says yes, the chapter has started.
Allow me now to call on Femi Taiwo, Program Director, Elevate Africa Fellowship. Let's give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, good evening, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. All right. One of the most exciting things that has happened in the past year is the Elevate Africa Fellowship. Last year, just like Her Majesty said, the Elevate Africa Fellowship program was launched. At Elevate Africa, we believe that leadership talent is required to elevate Africa. That wonderful blend of brilliance, of authenticity, of purpose, of cultural awareness, innovation, doggedness to elevate Africa. And that's what the 17 mid-career fellows that we've chosen from 13 African countries represent. So very quickly, I will just direct us to look at the screen, watch a very quick video, and I will introduce you to 2 of those fellows to speak about their work shortly. Thank you.
Ogamia Tuashe III as they unveil. Let's put our hands together for this. This is what will transform Africa.
Africa has the fastest growing and youngest workforce populations in the world, and yet most of our leaders are over 60. That creates a gap. We see a generation ready to lead, but too often excluded from shaping the systems that define our future. It was because of this gap that Elevate Africa created the Elevate Africa Fellowship, a 12-month Pan-African program for professionals, built on the belief that the top 1% can activate the 99%. The fellowship brings together leaders from across the continent and across industries, designed with an African-centered approach to solutions. The fellowship equips fellows with the skills to influence, innovate, and inspire change across the continent through core leadership development training and mentorship sessions with some of Africa's most brilliant minds. The inaugural cohort brought together 17 mid-career professionals from 13 African countries. Say hello to Yaira, a youth activist from Ghana empowering the next generation through Uriel Impact Generation, her foundation creating change at the grassroots level. From Malawi, we have Daniel Chisoni, a development practitioner spearheading a movement that advocates for and empowers communities to be self-reliant. Reham Ali from Egypt is a pioneering professor in agriculture and a leading voice in plant protection research, making groundbreaking contributions to agricultural practices across the country. Nicolette Indigwe Kalu is a Nigerian-born producer, writer, and director, as well as the founder of a media company. She also serves as managing director of a marketing firm where she leads impactful projects and collaborates with top brands to shape powerful stories, branding, and market campaigns. Grace Nelson, a Ghanaian pharmacist who is dedicated to healthcare transformation through policy advocacy, stakeholder engagement, and access strategies. Ngoma Temakum from Cameroon is leveraging biotech innovations to improve healthcare across Africa. Maya Fakfer from Tunisia, founder of Medintech, is pioneering AI-driven initiatives to improve women's health in underserved communities. Taman Momadi from Comoros Islands and Senegal is a climate strategist and CEO of African Loop Consulting, specializing in climate strategy and climate-focused art production, bridging Europe and Africa in the fight for sustainability. Natalie Safuma from Kenya is the founder of Sisters in Climate and leads a pan-African community advancing climate knowledge and collaboration for a sustainable future. A development strategist, she is passionate about inspiring social development across Africa. Buyawa Inyakaza, a South African economic development strategist, branding expert, and public speaker, is leveraging identity to anchor nations and is also the founder of Sukeme Consulting. Joseph Agwal from Uganda is the founder of AgroSupply, an agricultural company transforming farming by bridging technology with smallholder farmers. Dr. Elena Amadila, senior lecturer at the University of Namibia and research fellow at Princeton Institute for Advanced Studies, specializes in development finance. Dr. Tosan Mogwetera from Nigeria, a medical doctor with 20 years of experience, is transforming healthcare in low-resource settings through high-impact software solutions. Nima Nzani Kasim from Kenya, founder of the Hijabi Mentorship Program, is fostering leadership and advocacy for gender equity across Africa. Selim Teklehaimanot from Ethiopia, COO of Telos Technology Solutions, is revolutionizing the country's mobility ecosystem with scalable tech solutions. Bola Edwards, CEO and co-founder of Proud African Roots, is transforming children's content and education through media and storytelling. And finally, Axin Kondawani from Zambia, an aerospace engineer, drone technology expert who is driving security and technology solutions across the continent.
Okay. Now, over the past 9 months, Their Majesties and a couple of facilitators drawn across Africa have poured themselves into these fellows. From Lagos to Warri to Abuja to Mauritius and now Botswana, the fellows have convened 3 times physically and multiple times virtually, learning about leadership, improving their abilities to shape narratives, and learning how to scale up the great work they've been doing over the years. Without further ado, I'm going to be introducing one of the fellows just to share a bit about our work. Nima Nzani Kazim is a gender and public policy expert. You've heard a lot about her, but for us, over the last 9 months, we've seen Nima as a powerful force of change. She has that wonderful blend of fire and empathy. She's a mother, a mentor, a reformer, a movement builder, inspiring us all to lead with purpose, with empathy, softness, and with power. Make welcome with me, Nima, all the way from Kenya. Let's make it louder, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nima Nzani Kasim. I come from a small village in Kwale County in Kenya. I am a communication strategist by profession, a gender and policy expert. But more than that, I'm a woman who believes that girls from quiet places can build loud movements. It's a true honor to stand before such distinguished company, Your Royal Highness, Your Excellencies, and fellow visionaries. Thank you for the legacy you carry and the future you are helping us build. I speak not just as Nima from Kwale, but as one voice in a growing chorus of African women who are choosing to rise, to reclaim, and to build. At 22, I walked into a classroom in my village to teach young girls about their rights. And one young girl raised her hand and asked me, am I really allowed to say no? Will I not get in trouble for saying no? For a lot of you, no may be a very simple statement, but from conservative communities like mine, no is a privilege. That one question changed my entire perspective, because I thought of the women who came before me, my great-grandmothers, my grandmothers, and my mothers, and I wondered, did they ever ask themselves the same question? And it was at that very moment that I decided to dedicate my life into teaching young girls that no is a complete sentence. That is how I formed Hijabi, not from privilege, but from purpose and urgency. And today, the Hijabi Mentorship Program has reached over 30,000 girls and women in underserved communities. We've mentored over 7,000 girls and taught them about leadership, rights, and safety. And we've supported over 5,000 survivors of gender-based violence by providing them with legal support, psychosocial support, and the most important support. Which one is it? Financial support. We've influenced county and national policies, and we plan to continue doing the same in the African continent. My vision is bold but simple. A society that not only recognizes but protects the rights and freedom of women and girls. The right to education, the right to safety, and the right to choice. Dear leaders, these are not radical demands. They're human rights. We have them in our constitutions. We have them in our global declarations. But too often, they are trapped in policy papers instead of lived realities. This vision has been sharpened by the Elevate African Fellowship. Every dialogue, every convening, I've been reminded that Africa's next chapter will not be written in boardrooms alone. It will be written by community builders like us too. Elevate has given me more than a platform. It has given me the most important thing, perspective. It has helped me refine my leadership, deepen my purpose, and understand that my story isn't just personal, it's part of a continental movement. So today, leaders, as I close out, this continent is not broken. It's breaking new grounds. And we, as her daughters and sons, are rising, not just to dream, but to deliver. So I stand here for every girl out there who is yet to master her first no. I stand here for every girl who hasn't seen someone like her on a stage like this. Sometimes innovation is not just about AI and technology. Sometimes innovation is a woman wearing hijab and speaking Swahili and standing in front of a podium like this. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa is not waiting for its turn. Africa is the next chapter. Thank you.
Amazing. Amazing. So that's, you can imagine what the classrooms, what our Zoom meetings, what our physical interactions have been like over the past 9 months. Trust me, that's just a small little bit of it. Every once in a while, we meet a leader whose work reminds us that innovation is not just about technology, but about humanity. Maya is one of such leaders. A medical doctor, a researcher, and a visionary. Maya, who hails originally from Tunisia, but now calls Canada home, still has a heart beating for Africa. And as the founder of Med and Tech, she leads groundbreaking work at the intersection of AI, healthcare, and storytelling, ensuring that no woman's life is lost due to late detection. Please join me with a very loud, rousing ovation to welcome Dr. Maya.
Hello, everyone. I'm Tunisian. I trained in the public hospitals of Tunis. And this is exactly where I learned that it takes more than prescribing just a pill to solve my patient's problems. It takes a deeper understanding of systems, of social realities, and the barriers that prevent my patients to seek the care that they need. And that led me to public health research, and eventually to step into my social entrepreneurship journey. Today, I lead MedTech, a nonprofit using AI and technology to close health gaps, women's health gaps. So now, let me take you to Rwanda, where my vision came to life.
Cervical cancer still ends around 350,000 lives a year, most of them in sub-Saharan Africa. In Rwanda, only about 18% of frontline nurses are trained to do cervical screening, which means most women hardly get a preventive check. I've seen the cost of that gap, patients arriving when care is too late. So we asked, what if a smartphone could help change that? At MedTech, we built an AI-powered mobile-friendly app that supports nurses in spotting early signs, right where it's needed most.
Hi there! Today we finally made it after months of preparation and groundwork. We're here at Chichichuru Health Center in Kigali, Rwanda. Today, our AI-powered screening tool finally moves from prototype to real-world implementation and practice. We're working with the local nurses and showing every woman a clear picture of her own health on the spot. Welcome to day one of tech-powered screening.
At first, we weren't sure how we would go, whether women would come or how they'd respond to an AI-powered tool. But each morning, we'd arrive to find women already waiting. We explained the process carefully and made sure to answer every question. Nurses used visual inspection with acetic acid, or VIA, while running the app in parallel. It was the first time these nurses had used digital tools in this context, but it fit smoothly into their screening routine.
We use VIA and we also use the app, which is an AI-powered mobile app to assist in cervical cancer screening.
Here's how it works. The nurse takes an image and enters all the relevant clinical information, then proceeds with VIA just as she normally would, with no disruptions to her routine. She captures 2 images, one before and one after applying acetic acid. Then the app, powered by AI, analyzes the images on the spot and offers decision support to help guide interpretation and reduce uncertainty. Being able to zoom in, adjust lighting, and really see the cervix on screen made a clear difference for nurses, as lesions that might be missed with the naked eye became visible. For the first time, patients could see their own screening results instantly. In a context where myths around cervical health are common, simply seeing that image of their own body was a powerful moment. It opened space for real conversation and helped nurses explain what was happening more clearly. Moments like these are how we keep care human, even as technology becomes more present in the room.
After seeing the images, I felt very happy because I was concerned that my service had issues. I am happy to know my status. I would encourage my neighbors to come screening. I would like to thank you, the person who organized this research. I would be happy to invite the other women.
The application was very nice. It was able to show good pictures. Women appreciate the way their cervix looked. They appreciated mainly the fact that they could go home with the result. Thank you for bringing to us such a nice idea.
Today we're wrapping up. Can't believe it's the final day already. Thank you for most girls for going home. Bye. Maybe see you in the future. I can tell that the pilot was successful. Over 250 women were screened over the past 6 weeks. Myths around sexual and reproductive health debunked. Women already spreading the word in their own communities to encourage their peers and neighbors to come here and get tested. See you soon for more screening and even broader impact.
So what you just saw is more than a pilot. It's about building a movement. We screened 260 women, but the impact goes far beyond numbers. It's about building trust, demystifying reproductive health, and ensuring access to life-saving screening. Over the next 10 years, we aim to reach 10 million women. Oh, sorry about that. That was far too ambitious. I meant 2 million women. Build in a future where access to life-saving screening is a right, not a privilege. And with that, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to their majesties and to the whole Elevate Africa team for giving me this opportunity and for also believing that African innovation has the power to shape Africa's next chapter. Thank you.
Let's give it up. Let's give it a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to our fellows. If they're available for conversations to meet with you, please, you can meet with them during lunch and partner. We also invite you to partner with our fellows and leadership talent for Elevate Africa. And then on your tags, if you scan the QR code, you are also able to access these fellows as well. Ladies and gentlemen, in our afternoon session, we had the chairman of Chairman Committee on Foreign Affairs, House of Representatives from Liberia, all the way from Liberia. He was supposed to be in the afternoon session, but he has been recalled back to Liberia. So he has asked if he can just say a few words before he leaves. Please put your hands together for, this is a goodwill message by Honorable Tar Wogbe. Let's give him a big round of applause. All the way from Liberia, ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a round of applause.
Good afternoon, good afternoon. Are you okay, Africa? Are you okay, Africa? Thank you. My name is Tar Wongbe. I'm a representative for District 9, Nimba County. I'm also at ECOWAS Parliament. It's a privilege and honor to be your magistrate. It's an honor. Thank you so much for having us. You know, when I think about elevating Africa, I think about my time also as a refugee in Guinea, as a refugee in Cote d'Ivoire. We cannot elevate Africa without knowing our stories, where we came from. When I think about elevating Africa and what this platform means, to me personally, it's about building together. For too long, you will see that people in the diaspora only send money, only send their finances. And I did it too when I went to the US. I sent back money. Even now, my SendWave account suffers so much. But it's not only about sending money, it's about also galvanizing those funds so that we can impact sustainably. When we think about elevating Africa, it's not only about extracting the natural resources. In the constituency that I serve, over 60% are farmers. How do we turn the grain into economy? That's what I think about. So please join me right now. Please stand up. Please stand, because I know you're ready to have some lunch. I know you're tired. Please join me by standing up, please. When I say elevate, you say what? When I say elevate, you say what? Elevate? Elevate? I'm not hearing you. Am I hearing you clear? Elevate? 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 Thank you so much. Have a blessed day.
Thank you very much. Another big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Lunch announcements now. Oof, okay. Lunch announcement, we're going to go to lunch, but after lunch we go to breakaway sessions. We go for breakaway sessions, and these are the topics and the rooms for the breakaway sessions. Here in the main auditorium, we have natural resources and sovereign wealth in the main auditorium. If that's a topic you're interested in and you'd like to know more, please come back into the main auditorium. And then room 1, if you exit on my left, your right, in the corridor, you'll find there are screens there that indicate each room that you're supposed to go to. Room 1, there is catalyzing governance reforms, policy labs for the next era in room 1. And then in room 2, how Africa can leverage technology to leapfrog ahead. How Africa can leverage technology to leapfrog ahead. That is in room 2. Those are the breakaway sessions. Please stay with us. Let's stay together and let's finish strong. And let's make sure that even by the end of the day, we have soaked in these very important conversations from prepared, of course, by Elevate Africa. And then once we're done that, we're done for the day. Tomorrow, we are here seated by at least 7:45. At 8:15, we have exciting panel sessions tomorrow. 8:15 on the dot, we will begin our tomorrow's edition and our tomorrow's program. So please make sure that we're here bright and early so we can continue with the announcements for the processions for tomorrow. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to break for lunch, and as is protocol, allow me to release your majesties so that they can leave the room, and then I'll give the rest of the announcements. Ladies and gentlemen, if we may rise. Their majesties are taking leave, Her Excellency is taking leave, and all our honorable guests are taking leave. Okay, just wait, everybody else, please wait as the rest of our... Let's just give them a bit of headway. So the rest of us, our ushers, can I see you please somewhere if you can hear me? Once you exit this door, the ushers will lead you to our to the various lunch areas that have been prepared for us. So the ushers outside, ready and waiting to lunch. Please enjoy lunch and let's come back after 1 hour for the afternoon sessions. Thank you.
zisihlanganisa kothando lungapheli. Umoya wenkosi usihlanganise, izigubu zakho zishaye ngamandla. Umoya wenkosi usihlanganise, sizohalala phansi kwezintaba. Ilanga liphuma phezu kwezintaba, izwi likamoya lishaya emoyeni, sihamba ndawonye njengom silalela izigubhu zendalo. Umoya wenkosi usihlanganise, izigubu zakho zishaye ngamandla. Umoya wenkosi usihlanganise, sizohalala phansi kwezintaba. Umlambo ugijima eduze kwesigodi, izingane zibhukuda emanzini, sikhula ngamadlozi ethu, asikhombisa indlela ekhanyayo. Umoya wenkosi usihlanganise, izigubu zakho zishaye ngamandla. Umoya wenkosi usihlanganise, sizohalala phansi kwezintaba. Ebusuku mlilo uvuta, abantu badansa ngaphansi kwezinkanyezi, izwi lomoya lisihlanganisa kothando lungapheli. Umoya wenkosi usihlanganise, izigubu zakho zishaye ngamandla. Umoya wenkosi usihlanganise,
welcome. Thank you very much. Global innovation is very exciting to us. And the truth is that, okay, wait, do another one. Let me not use this one. Let me see. You get it.
Oh.
Thank you so much. What form of Nicolette, please let me take that picture. Yes, please. No, my stand here like I'm doing a speech. No, let me please take mine. That's one. Oh, this one. From this angle.
And so that's the perspective. In more ways than one, we are the Elevate Africa Fellows and horsing around, taking pictures and leading people through the word. And that's the key thing. The key is to follow your heart
I'm sorry.
wherever it may take you.
Is it a debate?
Yara wants to say something.
Thank you.
Leave there. Leave there. Hi, everybody. I shouldn't.
in my life I see. You're doing in my life. Small things, so since I need you. So what's the time? Dango, 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 I. Dango, 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 I. Dango, 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 I say dango, I say dango, I say dango, 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 I say dango, I say dango, I say dango,
Peace, where you get the size, boy? You
Sama sara tola malatia. It's so very typical for people to choose to ignore the love that's pure and genuine, but rather focus on material. Totally none of anybody else's business. Even if the love of me life is the hideous or hideous, one thing that matters is kiss me, please fulfill me with your tender loving care. So take for instance, if you feel as if you miss me, or feel as if your strength is weak, then I shall always be there. Tugu ya ulunga kitu sana yale sonya halugana la usiru buro. Release and release and release it. Time with you kuparu release and release and release and release it. Kuparu release. Tato le feri la gale feri. Tato le feri la gale feri. Release and release and release it. Release and release and release. Release and release and release it. Release and release and release. Release and release and release it. Release and release and release. Release, 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 and release and release it. Time with you, Mokobaru, release and release and release and release it. Mokobaru, release. Atole feri la gale feri. Atole feri la gale feri. Release and release and release it. Release and release and release. So this pillar had a rattle budipa. Yes, and I'm a rich. I want to mutana malima yakana. Rasibu is a katonchi. Kama very mautu. In a kidnap. Namutuwa when I win the one in the I make up with the jammy in the kidnap. It ends up in the whole. Toraka minaza holo. Being lava ila Kupame yengwa yala kurungutela boto kwa bon let go kuparun release release kuparun release kuparun dohana release and release and release time with you kuparun release and release and release and release kuparun release atole feri la gale feri atole feri la gale feri. Release and release and release it. Release and release and release. Release and release and release it. Release and release and release. Release and release and release it. Release and release and release. Release, 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 and release and release it. Time with you, Kubarun, release and release and release and release. Kubarun, release. Ratole feri la gale feri. Ratole feri la gale feri. Release and release and release. Release and release and release. Go, 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 dango, 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 aye. Dango, 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 aye. Dango, 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 aye. I say dango, aye. So the derang in my life, yeah, Ramasegi, I can hold let's say, some cloudy dear, Gargadi board. Kidibala, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Gargadi board. Yeah, yeah. Big things you go do in my life, I see. Small things, so as a time me can't. Big things you go do in my life, I see. You go do in my life. Small things, so as a time me can't. So as a time say, dango, 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 aye. Dango, 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 aye. Dango, 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 aye. I say dango, aye. I say dango, aye. Como sapelo le mai good like a rapella, one puta. Bonus ale say the most selling get yang. Big things you go do in my life, I see. Small things, so as a time me can't. Big things you go do in my life, I see. You go do in my life. Small things, so as a time me can't. So as a time me dango, 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 aye. Dango, 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 aye. Dango, 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 aye. I say dango, aye. I say dango, aye. Dango, 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 aye. Dango, 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 aye. Dango, 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 aye. I say dango, aye. I say dango, aye. I'm building up doors all around my city before the enemy comes. My walls already tall. I'm building up doors all around my city before the enemy comes. My O's already told. faster. Brick by brick, I lay them down, top of each other to the tall skyscraper. I'm building up those. All around my city, before the enemy come, my walls already tall. I'm building up walls all around my city, before the enemy comes, my walls already tall. I'm building up all around my city, for the enemy come. Walls already tall. I'm building up all around my city, for the enemy come. Walls already tall.
Call up on an ambulance when I'm in an accident. Call up on police when I'm under an attack. But who do I call when I'm in a heartbreak? I call up on an ambulance when I'm in an accident. Call up on police when I'm under an attack. But don't know who to call when I'm in a heartbreak. I hope that the kind of love that you got for me is unconditional love. You got my number, so let's talk when it got out. You got my number right. You got my number right. You got my number right. You got my number, so let's talk when it got out. Pele sama sarnasta o somota ulungu bareme pele. We tell us our definition here how our relationship with you what's our name. Oh yeah, guy. Cause I've been hurt so many times, it even affected my career up to a point I didn't care. This one of these shows, the nigga we get, so I was always in my ear, I had my hands in the air. But I feel over my soul, kitty tagging on top. I only care about the dollar bill, yeah. Came to me like a thief in the night. I was naive, stupid, and I can't even deny the payback was just too much. And I'm surprised that I'm still alive. Ever you at, I know that you laugh. Think that's why I ain't wasting time trying to talk about it. I hope that the kind of love that you got for me is unconditional. You got my number, so let's talk when it got out. You got my number right. You got my number right. You got my number right. You got my number, so let's talk when it got out. I hope that the kind of love that you got for me is unconditional. You got my number right. You got my number right. You got my number right. You got my number, so let's talk when it got out. You got my number right. You got my number right. You got my. Anxiety, depression, I kept inside of me a heart attack, so I got tired of having polite. But emotional time, me the whole I had, and my soul, I had a million. More around for the Zadisa Osana Leo Kapi Tabile Harama. Exhausted and I'm tired from all the reverse in psychology. Barati Barotu Etibame calling my name on stage. Meanwhile, I got a big black cloud over Miami. Meanwhile, I'm busy fighting multi money at me. Meanwhile, knowing deep down inside, knowing way too well, no one wanna listen to a story about a guy who believes in LOVE, than the guts and the glory. Is it love? Is it hate? Is it me? Is it you? Is it them? Is it us? Because for me, you enough. Why be insecure? Less is more, love your natural beauty. Ain't no need for extra makeup. Oh baby, how else would I know you better if we didn't make up and break up? I hope that the kind of love that you got for me is unconditional. You got my number, so let's all when it got out. You got my number right. You got my number right. You got my number right. You got my number, so let's all when it got out. I hope that the kind of love that you got for me is unconditional. You got my number right. You got my number right. You got my number right. You got my number, so let's all when it got out. You got my number right. You got my number right. You got my. Zilo, ba 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 da da. Dilo tsa bosigo ga di na mepe. Ska bona ke le makgasa wa nyatsa. Dilo tsa bosigo ga di na mepe. Ska bona ke le tlase wa nyatsa. Ska concluda. Ska concluda. Scan concluda, yeah. Scan concluda, yeah. You can't tell me lesson, you can't tell me lesson. Scan chala seta obona ki khona. You can't tell me lesson, you can't tell me lesson. Scan chala seta obona ki fenya. Kopele matsoro, kopele matsoro. Kopele matsoro, kopele matsoro. Ay, kopele matsoro, kopele matsoro. Skanchala setsa ubona ki khona. Kompitela top, top, top. Gaudi, Gaudi. Kompitela top, top, top. Gaudi, Gaudi. Never beneath, never beneath, never beneath. Oh, never beneath, never beneath. Ah, top, top, Gordino.
Bon retile ovo, bar fedile, ropadile, que feleze. Guarda breaks, questo la chiave. Why it's okay? Quando carai?
Scan concluda. Scan concluda. Scan concluda. Yeah. Scan concluda. My yeah. You can't tell me lesson. You can't tell me lesson. Scan chala seta obona ki khona. You can't tell me lesson. You can't tell me lesson. Scanjala seta ubona ki fenya. Kopele matsoro, kopele matsoro. Kopele matsoro, kopele matsoro. Ay, kopele matsogo, kopele matsogo. Skantjala setsa ha o bona ke kgona. Di tlo ntsamela sentle, di tlo ntsamela sentle. Skantjala setsa ha o bona ke kgona. Di tlo ntsamela sentle, di tlo ntsamela sentle. Skantjala setsa ha o bona ke fenya. Ah, kopele matsogo, kopele matsogo. Kopele matsogo, kopele matsogo. Ay, kopele matsogo, kopele matsogo. Skantjala setsa ha o bona ke kgona. Kopele matsogo, kopele matsogo. Skantjala setsa ha o bona ke kgona. Ah, kopele matsogo, kopele matsogo. Kopele matsogo, kopele matsogo. Ay, kopele.
I grew up with very, very proudly black African parents who taught us the value of who we were. And I think it was very important for us because there was this barrage of information, whether you're going to school, you're watching television, you're learning about the rest of the world. Nobody's saying anything about you as an African. It's almost like we don't exist. And I remember my teachers at school saying, I went to like supposed to be a mixed race school, but it was like 95% white people. And it assumed that we were part of the West. And I remember my teachers just saying, here in the Western world, and I would be, as a child, you get very confused because you're thinking you're African and you're in Africa and your entire existence is by the system, by the laws of the country, it's like you don't exist. And just
You know something interesting? You say that. I just remember I did history for my O levels and my A levels. I'm half Ugandan, half South African, and I remember when I studied history. This was in Uganda. They say African history. They always said from a Eurocentric point of view, A, B, C, D. From an Afrocentric point of view, A. And I feel some of that has also shaped me into shaped my identity because it makes me proud of from and makes me proud of, oh, okay, I connect, like for me, on my dad's side of in Uganda, is from West Uganda, but it's from the Bantu group, which is very similar. And my mom is Tswana. So it's kind of like, oh, I began to get interested in some of the similarities and that kind of thing. And that's why it's so interesting because I've lived in New York for 25 years, and now when I listen to, I love to, because I'm about bridging the gap between the diaspora and Africa. And the diaspora includes also those who have been lived and grown up, I mean, like the African Americans, Black Americans, and the Caribbean Americans, and the Afro Latinos, as well as those who have migrated in recent history. And then you start seeing what can we do to preserve, to work together, and and for me, and that's one of the things where I'm saying, okay, with all these policies, it's about building us, because when we see the communities like Israel, we see people like China, we see India. They have worked with their diaspora and strengthened themselves. So what can we adopt from some of those things by working together? And I like when you talked about the culture, because there's certain things about the culture. For me, I noticed that I'm not very fluent with languages, but I influence my kids to use food and dress. And then now, even my younger daughters, my daughters are trying to learn the language from my mom. Do you see?
Yeah.
It's about sensitizing, and we're trying to make this more of a conversation so that to trigger your thought processes. And so I'm just curious to see what your thoughts on what are the best practices we can adopt from both cultures.
Yeah, I do think that there is value in learning from other cultures, but I think that anything that is not rooted in who you are, it's always going to be a problem. You know, if you think about it from a natural perspective, fish don't learn to swim, birds don't learn to fly, and people shouldn't be, you know, forced to be something that they are not. Part of the work that I do, I think maybe I didn't speak, I was going to get to myself professionally, but I shared a little bit about the background that shaped my identity and the work that I do. So from a professional perspective, I'm an Africa development strategist, and I work specifically in the economic space, even though, as Busi said, I do have an anthropology. I'm an anthropologist, so I'm trained in anthropology. I also studied branding, but I work in the economic space. So I like to say that my work is in the confluence of commerce, culture, and competitive identity. So I try to put all of myself into the work that I do. I run a company called Sugume Consulting, and we basically do projects and strategies for governments. And so I work, I was sharing at the press conference yesterday that my first paying client was Botswana, the nation. So I was working with BITC on branding Africa. So that's the side of me that is, I take the business side and then I put it together, and I help countries to define themselves so that by the time they are projecting their image to the world to attract foreign direct investment, trade, talent, and all the things that countries compete as brands, they are rooted in who they are. So I hope you are seeing how anthropology, business, and branding come together in terms of myself as an individual and see aspect. Again, it is shaped by my perspectives on life, and I think to your point, it's very much around this assumption that Africans have no indigenous knowledge. We just arrived here, and everything we have, everything that we value comes from the West. And for me, it is to say, we need to begin by understanding that we were a people before colonialism, before slavery, etc. We had our own systems of knowledge, we had governments, we had civilizations, and we had schooling systems. We were not lacking in anything. And so what colonialism did was that it erased our sense of self. And it erased even our confidence about who we are and whether we are able. So we inherited government systems that then, you know, it's almost like the policy framework is already done for you because you are inheriting. It's something that came from a policy structure that was not designed to benefit you. And so I think the issue with post-colonial governments is that we've lacked innovation. We have not looked and said, to what extent do some of these things that we are pushing as policy frameworks even, what is informing them? Who is deciding, for example, our education, and what philosophical ideas are we going to push, and what values do we push? So I do believe that if we are able to sit back as Africans, look at ourselves and say, yes, the world has shifted, the world is modern, the world is diverse, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I think we should engage the world on the basis of what is right for us, so that if you're borrowing a template, if you're borrowing something, you take it and understand the context of where your people are, your village, your country, your city, and say, okay, I will take this aspect of it and mix it in, and then engage the people, engage the communities. Because I think a lot of the times, governments act like, you know, people are children. and they don't know what they want. So they make policies for ourselves. So I think for me, the aspect of talking to people, citizenry, governments talking to citizens, citizens talking to government, academia coming in place, private sector, all the coming to play. Yeah.
It's important, and I think it's also important to realize that different countries have been influenced differently. And because when you understand also sometimes with who the colonial masters were, sometimes the assimilation with the French and all that with them, and also with say South Africa. South Africa did not only just have colonialism, they had apartheid, which is a different level and different learnings, right? And the same time, and then some other places have still preserved some of their values, and what can we learn from some of them? And some of them, like Ethiopia, was never colonized. And then you think about some places, yes, they may have been colonized, but they were anchored in their identity. When you go to West Africa, you see people are more proud to wear their African clothes, and also their foods. So and that's the interesting thing about Africa, because also we've had the situation of borders. It's more complex, but at the same time, we cannot fix everything. But what are some of the small things that we can, as citizens, improve? Because we can't always depend on government, because sometimes not everyone in government is a leader. Not every politician is a leader. And so when we recognize that, we're able to think about how can we shape policies, and that's why we need more people who can jump into these roles and then have these debates together with both the public sector and the private sector. I mean, what are your thoughts on this, Edith?
Yeah, we need solutions.
Solutions.
And I'll give an example of some of the things I did mention that I'm one of the directors for Njaliwe Estate, which we do farming for. We farm bird's eye chili. And what we did was that we engaged women in, we give them seed. Because sometimes you tell, you go and talk about this being an entrepreneur or telling them what to grow, and then there's no market. So what then we do is that we give the seed to the women, they grow the chilies, we buy the chilies from them.
Do you train them?
Yes, we train them, and then we buy the chilies from them. And then in turn, we export that chili to Europe. I think they make pepper spray and stuff like that. But as Africans, what we need the most is the value chains.
Yeah, the supply chain is important.
We do need that. We were talking earlier about how hard it is to connect within Africa. When I'm coming from Malawi to go to Nigeria, I have to spend the night in Ethiopia. It doesn't make any sense. So then that makes it harder for trade. Before we didn't have these borders. So, it was easier. So now, I'm gonna give an example of my colleague yesterday coming in. She has a Nigerian passport. She was at the airport for 2 hours just to get a visa. It shouldn't be like that. We're within Africa. If you go to Europe, it's not like that.
Yeah.
So it makes it harder for us to even visit each other, just to go and say, okay, I want to see how, you have these policy labs, we're here, and we have ideas. But then there's someone in Malawi who has an idea, who wants to work with someone in Lagos. But then there's the visa issues that might bring them, take them back. So we need to figure out solutions on how we make it easier for our youth, especially our women. This cross-border trading still happens, even when we're speaking different languages, especially with women. They will still go across and do cross-border. I mean, in Malawi, we border Mozambique. It's just next door, right there. You're driving, this side is Mozambique, this side is Malawi. But we have all kinds of policies, we have all kinds of laws that make it harder for us to do trading on a broader level, right? So, and also, how do we come up with initiatives that, because most of the times the problem is funding.
Funding, I was just going to say, with the USAID and Prosper Africa collapsing,
yeah, it's funding. So you have a young person who has an idea, but they don't have funding. So where do they go? So then we go to our banks, and I know I'm speaking, like I said, I'm speaking about Malawi. We go to the bank, the interest rates are 30% just to even get a loan. So how do we fix that? How do we then have investors come in? And most of the times we need to also be careful when with corruption, because investors
comes
can
back to
come.
bite
Yeah, and then it's one person that's actually benefiting from it, because and then they make bad policies or bad agreements with the investors, because they're the only ones that are benefiting. And then when they come in, but see, that's why when we do these policies, we also need to set up partnerships. Africans, we're not stupid. We know what we're doing. So most of the times, and I'm speaking now on the NGO side, you have somebody who has an NGO from America and they come to Malawi and they want to change things. No, you need to partner with somebody on the ground, because we know what we need. You can't come from there and then try to change somebody's life in Malawi. You're speaking different languages, but partner with us on the ground so that we can also, our friends outside Africa built their countries on coal and mining and electricity. Now all of a sudden we can't use coal, so then we can't build. Were we part of the Green Initiative? Were we part of it? We still need to build our industries and our infrastructure. Yes. We need industry in Africa. We do.
Absolutely.
We need industry, and so we need that.
I was just thinking, is anyone who's in policy here in the room? Do you mind joining us here on this panel?
You should
Yes, it's important because we want to hear. I mean, I live in the U.S. Yes, I might have lived here, but I want to hear from the grassroots, because sometimes you can have these conversations, and if they're operating in silos, if we operate in silos, we'll just keep going in circles, because some of the solutions for the people in the room. Your vantage point.
Yes. Thank you so much for that question. Yes, my name is Bukola. I am a policy advocate in Nigeria, from Nigeria, and I'm also the founder of Project Read Africa. So the question is so important because most of the time when we advocate for policy, we think in the context of government and government. All right. So when we think policy, we think governance and government bodies. But from 2023, we start to think policy in the context of citizens. What can I do with what I have to improve my immediate community? And one of the things that we started to do we call it, for Project Read Africa, we call it Citizen Policy Lab, is to teach indigenes and citizens how you can influence policy within your community, and policy in the terms of mindsets. For example, with Trump, the pulling of USAID, which has now made a lot of NGOs to convert to social enterprises, where we don't just think of solution in the context of who can fund me, but we think of solution in the context of what need can I immediately solve that can generate income that I can use to push further the changes that I'm looking to drive within our community. What we started in Nigeria called Project Read Africa, we don't want to sit and be at the mercy of government who would sometimes behave as if they don't trust indigenous solutions. So we start to think, as Project Read Africa, what immediate need within our community can we solve to be able to influence some of the needs within our local context? One of which we realized is that students in schools and parents are beginning to look for tutors for their children. How can we empower our volunteer to prefer some of these solutions? So we did, we have tutors, across different subjects who prefer these services to parents. They get paid. Part of the percentage of their payments comes into the organization, which is what we use as income for the change we're trying to drive within our community, which is to promote indigenous knowledge
and also to promote the reading culture within communities. So we've done book drives, influencing out of school children. So I'm saying in context of policy, we need to start thinking outside of how do I influence the government, but how do I influence the people to begin to see the solution with what they have, you know. Thank you.
It seems like someone has, and you know what? When I feel I've just been moved to change the way this conversation is happening, more like a round table kind of town hall setting. So after, let her.
This is our imaginary microphone.
Please project your voice.
Okay, for me, from my own reference point.
Please introduce yourself.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm Salamatu Ardwa. I'm an advisor to Her Excellency Dr. Joyce Banda. For me, from my own reference point, I advise political leaders and help them translate vision into action. And I see that as center, we talk about political leaders, we also have a problem. We talk about political leaders with lack of empathy, because that job is a thankless job. You mentioned something, not all political leaders are leaders. I completely agree. Some of them just get there by accident or by one way or the other. But I look at it from this angle. The public sector is the nerve center of the economy. The private sector is the engine of the economy. The civil society is the moral barometer of the economy. Until these three sectors come together and have honest conversation and work together, we are all just making noise. Because you see, as the nerve center of the economy, if I don't sign those documents, if a private, exactly, if I don't sign, it's a cycle. And you have to understand that we all have responsibilities. We talk about policy labs. You see, for me, it's like an opportunity to bring everyone in the room to solve immediate problems. But you see, if I'm a civil servant, and if I don't get kickbacks to move your document, that private sector that I'm trying to bully or to punish needs to pay tax. If they don't pay tax, how do I get paid? But people are just short-sighted.
That's why it's good to have these conversations.
Exactly. So it's a cycle. The civil society, they pick what they want to talk about. If it doesn't favor them or their agenda, they don't pick it. Yeah. But that's
There's a gentleman in the back. And I would also like to hear some people in the back, like Namfla, who's actually from the G20. This is the first time the G20 is happening on the African continent, and the first time an African country is
I'm an investment advisor with Square Gate Group. It's the local implementing partner for Elevate Africa. So
How do we ensure that what lies beneath our soil truly translates into jobs, into infrastructure, and prosperity above ground? And we're in Botswana. And much like Botswana has demonstrated, how do we shape that future through good leadership, sound policy, partnerships, and disciplined execution? These are some of the things that we have to think about as we rewrite or write the next chapter. So I'm going to invite our panelists, and we have a powerhouse panelist joining us today to unpack these questions. I'm going to invite Aisha Maina, who is the Managing Director of Aquarium Consult and Aquarium Oil and Gas. Aisha.
come to there she go, woo, and she's been teaching me some moves backstage. So Aisha, welcome. And we have Dr. Mizi Fula Ingenge, who is chairman of the African Diamond Council and the African International Diamond Exchange. Thank you. Wow, and we have Ron Chari, who is executive director of Chandler Institute of Justice. Ron, welcome to the stage. Thank you so much for joining us and bringing your wealth of experience, insight, and vision to this very timely conversation. So, systemic barriers, preventing resource wealth from translating into broad-based economic prosperity for our people. And how do we break this cycle? I'll start with you.
So I would say that, first of all, when we talk about natural resources, usually we only talk about what is beneath the earth, right? So we talk about oil, we talk about minerals, we talk about water, but we don't talk about the human resource, which is our greatest resource. And the thing about it is, until we, one, recognize a human resource, not just on the continent, but in the globe, and understand that that is where competence lies in our people, I wouldn't say we're making the mistake of mismanagement. I would say we just don't know how to manage it, right? Because we're not recognizing our most important resource, which is people. So what happens is, 500. That is not critical mass. So when we talk about systems, we need to talk about the systems that we need to remove from our mindsets first to understand that Black is good, first and foremost, to understand the power that we have as a people to trust each other enough to come back, get into these organizations, and build sustainable systems.
Very well said. Dr. Ngenge, I'm going to turn to you with that same question.
For us, first, I'm from the Republic of Angola. We are somewhat dysfunctional in terms of how we operate. We speak in Portuguese language, so we often get overlooked. Today, I said during this entire morning session, I didn't hear the word Angola once. We are an African superpower. If you go back to 2024, we were leading SADC. We received Joe Biden in December last year. We were the host country for the US-Africa Summit. We're celebrating 50 years of independence. I mean, I can go on. We were Afrobasket champions, but I was very surprised that I didn't hear the Republic of Angola. And even our sister here from Namibia was born in Angola. And I don't think anyone in the room realizes that, but going back, we're not comfortable leading. We always need a model to follow. If you walk into a particular president's office of an African diamond producing country and you come with something very new, very innovative, the question will always come, show us a successful model where this is taking place. And even if it's exclusively designed to benefit the Republic of Angola, it probably won't get implemented because they want to see if it was successful in South Africa or Dubai or China or America. And we have to get over this habit of following. We have to develop a comfort level. We have to have some type of political or testicular courage where we can demonstrate that we have the capacity to lead rather than follow.
Thank you. And Ron, so you're doing a lot of work in the critical minerals space. So can you talk about some of your work and where you see the greatest opportunities for Africa in terms of, again, to our point about writing a new chapter about how we turn all of our wealth into prosperity?
Thank you so much. So I'm with the Chandler Institute of Justice. I think we invest in what is probably the most, what we think, overlooked lever to, I think, natural resources success, I think, on the continent. We invest in law reform. I think historically, the way some of our African countries were colonized, they were kind of natural resource transactions or land sales. Or I'm from Zimbabwe. I think what's called the Right Concession, which was a mining contract or land contract that actually led to the colonization of the country. But I think we operate in a sector where most of the laws are very much outdated and don't speak to the present needs of the continent. So we've been working with governments to formulate policies and create legislation that actually address some of the needs. And we look at mining probably from 3 different lenses. First of all, I guess mining and natural resources broadly. First of all, on the governance side of things, I think there's quite a lot of corruption. I think talking about mining, oil and gas, even land transactions, that's where probably most of the corruption takes place on the continent in terms of who gets awarded licenses to do what. Secondly, we also look at it as an economic opportunity that natural resources create. I think there's just talk about the resource curse, you know. So we're trying to see what kind of economic opportunities can we create from these natural resources. And then lastly, I think creating economic opportunities is not sufficient unless communities and the citizens actually benefit as well. Yeah. So we also notice that mining and oil and gas, most places takes place in the most remote and underdeveloped parts of the continent. So also trying to see how can we also utilize the power of law reform and contracts to see how can we get better deals when we negotiate with investors. And then also how can we also make sure that communities also benefit from. So I'm happy to talk more about the work we're doing, but I think our entry point is on the law reform and policies, because I think we think most of the laws that we're using, I think, don't actually speak to the present day needs of the continent.
Whoever wants to take this, just out of time, but I think this is very important, right? I think one of the challenges when it comes to this topic is, in many cases, the lack of a regional or continental framework, right, around how we manage and even negotiate our wealth, right? So as we look towards this new chapter, what would you all like to see, particularly from a policy standpoint, from African governments that will enable us to leverage and bring more value to our resources because of the power that we bring together on, united front, rather than each country negotiating on their own on the global stage? How do you see that, and what would you like to see moving forward?
So thankfully, there's the Africa Free Trade Agreement, right? Free Trade Area Agreement, which is I think is catching on. And I think what I would like to see is more countries sign up to it, right? And actually implement, because that, earlier on, I think the director or the MD of the Botswana Trade Center was talking about the increase in intra-Africa trade from 3% to 6%, right? But this is what AFTA does, right? So for me, if more countries sign up to AFTA and actually implement, and for years we've been screaming, Africa needs to not have visas for Africa, because that is what will improve trade, that is what will improve collaboration. And when that happens and we can all come together and agree how our oil will be sold, how our minerals will be sold, when we can tap into each other's experience in processing our natural resources, and that includes human resources, right? Then we can actually come to a table, a negotiation table with something rather than asking for something.
Very well said. So in closing, I'd love for you all to share your thoughts with what the next 20 years could look like if we do things right. And what is one action that you think each of us here must commit to see that vision become a reality?
Well, prior to the event starting this morning, I sat with the royals, and Her Majesty put a very strong emphasis on trust. We do, in the diamond industry, African diamond producing countries have their own independent legislation. We don't really collaborate. What applies to Angola doesn't apply to Botswana, and that's due to a lack of trust. His Majesty the King focused primarily on storytelling. And there were some actors here, there were people in the entertainment industry who are participating in the event. I think it's very important for them to understand the level of influence they have to the mining sector, to the agriculture sector, oil and gas, and many other sectors, because those are the people who are responsible for storytelling. They are so key in terms of launching luxury brands. If you want to launch an African luxury brand, you can use African cinema to do that. If you go to Cannes Film Festival, there are 3 initiatives, Afro-Cannes, there's Pavilion Afrique and African Pavilion, and there's quite a few filmmakers coming from African countries. And it's nice to be able to sit down with them and communicate how they can help us achieve our objectives outside of the cinema sector. So I think that's very important going forward in the next 20 years.
Thank you. Ron, any final words from you?
Yes, I think what I've taken out from this conference is I think it's about the narrative, African narrative. And I think contextualizing to natural resources, we have an opportunity, I think, to reshape the narrative also for resources, you know. There's the whole buzz at the moment about critical minerals, which I think presently the dialogue is more shaped by maybe supply chain anxieties or geopolitical issues going on either between more advanced economies. But it hasn't been looked from an African perspective, but I think we constitute, I think, a significant portion of that global supply chain. Just here in Southern Africa, you have some of the minerals deemed to be critical, the energy transition minerals. But I think we're looking at criticality from advanced economies, supply chain anxieties that I mentioned. But also as from an African perspective, I think we need to also, it's very subjective to other people's understanding, but from our own subjective understanding, what is really critical to us? We're in Botswana right now. Diamonds don't really play a role in energy transition as much as lithium or copper. But the people of Botswana, I think they're quite critical. If you look at it from revenue generation, job creation, developing communities and infrastructure. So I think we now have an opportunity, I think, to kind of rethink before we get into some of these complex negotiations about how we're going to sell rice to mine and extract and export some of these commodities. So I think that's the opportunity that we have, that I think we really need to think back and maybe more forward looking to say what minerals are critical to us and what are we using to determine the criticality of it, and then how can we shape our policies to make sure that we benefit from those minerals.
Wow, well, thank you all so much. There's so much to unpack here, and I wish we had more time, but thank you all. Can we give our panelists a big round of applause? Thank you so much, and thank you for sticking with us to the very end. We will see you tomorrow. Thank you.
I work with countries, like as I said earlier, and one of the lingo that is put that has to do with hair and has to do with a pre-existing cultural norm.
Yes.
So that's that's.
You have something? No. Namkla, do you have something?
Hi, everyone. I thought I had escaped the demand for me to say something because you've been hearing my voice the whole day. My name is Namhlamniki. Maybe you want me to touch on the G20 stuff, but actually let me just say something around the policy, and you're not going to like me very much. I used to be in civil society for a very long time because I've worked in the development space. And I used to think that policy and institutions should respond to the demands of advocacy. I've somewhat changed since being in government for 5 years. One of the things that I've understood is that governments and policy spaces are full ecosystems on their own. And that if you're going to operate and make sense of the ecosystem, you need to understand how it works. I've discovered 3 strategies that really, really work. I'm going to start from the kindest to the most radical. The first strategy is identifying inside that ecosystem gaps of leverage. What gaps of leverage means is that the example you were making, I did something and I took it to them and they blocked it. Think about it the other way around. If you think about this ecosystem as a full ecosystem, you're thinking they have a legal mandate that governs how they run the government, right? They have a legal mandate that runs how they budget, etc. You need to be able to identify what policy in that government aligns with the thing you want to do and then find the space of leverage there. One of the best ways of leveraging is finding your champions. Imagine this. There's a person like me in the South African presidency. Can you imagine that? An actual activist that has been working on the ground for more than 25 years. Those people are there everywhere, in every part of the ecosystem. But you can't shout on the edges and say, why are you not responding to me? No, but you are not responding to the system. And the system is that if we were to be really honest, African governments have some of the best policies globally. Every African government has a policy that says we want to promote employment, youth employment. Every African government says we want to increase education, we want to increase health. The policies are there. What you may be not having a fully appreciation enough of is how much governments don't really know what to do. And that's your point of leverage. It's like in a world where there are digital ecosystems. So this is, I'm highlighting the strategies here. Like, so for instance, think about this. If you were to identify, okay, we have a youth unemployment problem, we can create massive employment through digital ecosystems and leveraging technology. Find your champion in government and bring that solution in. Crowd in other potential resources. So bring your private sector, bring your civil society, etc. So let me move on from that. I'm saying identify points of leverage, That's your power, points of leverage. The second part around governments is building parallel systems is a very, very smart thing to do, because the nature of government institutions is that they follow the energy. Like, it's the nature of governments. They go where there's a win. So the parallel systems help in the bee to honey strategy, in the sense that don't wait for governments. I say this all the time in forums. It's like, we're not going to wait for governments because governments are too slow for us. In any case, historically, globally, governments have always been too slow. You are innovators. You are brilliant Africans. Like, so create the thing, move with it, and then find the minister who's going to chase after you and be like, how did you do that? We were talking to someone upstairs who did exactly that he was a nobody until government saw him doing something amazing. They started chasing him, and that matters. The last one, radical, my favorite, revolution. Should I say something about the G20? Yes. The G20 is Africa's G20. I mean, I think an example of like where there's policy leverage is that South Africa has been so serious about, this is the African Union's G20. And so Africa literally is determining the G20 agenda. And youth unemployment, digital technology for the whole of Africa, financial inclusion, climate change, all of these things are things that are in the system. But I can promise you they will stay in the system at this level until we figure out how do we bring it down to actually enforce it at the level of actually our local governments so that they can implement. Say that again? Revolution. I'll join it.
Thank you so much, Namdla.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Rahila. Can you? Is it on?
It's not a real mic.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say. I understand. Hello, everyone. Rahila Danjuma is my name. Sorry, I came into the session late, but I'm hearing.
And where are you from?
Correct. So I work in development finance. I'm ex-IFC. I just resigned from IFC after 10 years of working in development finance, but it truly is my passion, and I started my own financial advisory firm, and we raise capital for the private sector, agribusinesses, and manufacturing companies, and also provide private sector development services to governments. So I was listening in. I came into the session a bit late, but I was hearing, a lot of sentiments that I agree with, where great policies exist on the books of many African governments. However, the struggle is with implementation. And from my experience, the struggle with, if we're going to have a conversation around the struggle with implementation, we also have to have a conversation around human capital development. Because, and it differs per country, right? But the countries that I have seen move from just policy to implementation have higher indexes for human capital development. And those that really struggle, it's because when they say they're not able to implement, it is literally because if you look at the minister level, yes, perhaps the minister can digest the laws and has great ideas on how to implement, but then who beneath that minister can actually take this and run with it? And so this is a larger conversation that I do not have the solution for in this, 5 minutes that I have to talk now. But I think it goes to a larger conversation around how much are we investing in our people? Because when our people rise to the level of leadership, are they properly equipped to be able to carry out the policies that we put on the books?
So we're going to soon wrap up.
People, process, technology. No, I was
Okay.
saying earlier that there are three elements to policy development. It's people, processes, and technology.
Yes.
So she's talking about people and the idea of indigenous people. Yeah, I also feel it falls under people as well. So, yeah, I wanted to focus your attention in these three elements.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. We're going to wrap up soon, but I wanted to, this youth, I'm very keen on the inter-youth dialogue and, yeah.
Thank you. My name is Kabetu Alexis Sanao. I am a Botswana, here in Botswana, the founding president of Botswana Youth Ahead Organization, which is an organization advocating for youth active participation in sustainable development, all the 17 goals. I'm also a student here in Botswana. So like the previous speakers have said, the African countries, we have beautiful policies on paper, but action becomes problem. And we have this problem of every new government changing direction instead of building on what was already working. So that becomes the problem. And we adopt policies from other people instead of building our own, instead of building African-driven policies. So policies, I'm a young person, an advocate for youth development. Therefore, what I have realized is that policies are made for the youth without the youth at the table. Yes. Therefore, that becomes the problem. So, the African next chapter must be written with accountability, inclusion, and innovation at its heart. So let's redefine the narrative. No policy for the youth without the youth. Policy should not, so we should start building policies which are national visions rather than party agendas. That's when we will be able to move forward. And the Pan-African collaboration, we are Bantu, we are Al-Kiblom. Therefore, we must dismantle each and every trade barrier within our countries. We must destroy each and everything that may discourage us or stop us from working together as African nations. Therefore, that's what we need to build at the moment. And as the young people, we must stand up. We must be informed, participate. When we look at gender-based violence, you will realize that we, the young people, we are the ones who are like doing the violence. Therefore, we must change. We must stand up and actively engage. We must stand up, participate. You know, I attend many conferences. I go to parliament to listen to those ministers. But in those conferences, you will find out that the turn-up of young people, it is very low, which means we need to stand up. We cannot just keep saying we are not included, we are not what. We need to stand up and knock on doors. I heard someone at the Youth Climate Forum. I attended it a few days back. He said, I go to the meetings where I'm not invited. Yes. I go there and I stand and I engage even more than the people who have registered. So that's the power that we as the young people we must do. When we look at our education system, it discourages us to do whatever we want to do. Our education system it's poor. When you look at countries like China, you'll realize that when a child is just like 6 years, if they start teaching him how to code, how to design something. So we have unemployment here in Africa. Youth unemployment is high. Again, Therefore, what we should do, we should change our education system in a sense that we teach a young person how to grow the plants, how to process while they are still young, so that whatever they produce there, it is what we export, is what we do. So we must change how we think, how we do things, and build ourselves on the culture that taught us how to grow as Africans. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we have run out of time, so I'll just have the panelists just give their wrap up. Okay, you know what? Let me just, for the sake of this conversation, I'll just, at least in 2 minutes, and then we wrap up.
Thank you very much. My name is Dinao Puti. I've worked for government for the past, many years. I'm a new retiree. So when you are talking about government, I know what you are talking about. So the most important thing that people need to understand is that if you don't push government, you are not going to get anything out of government. And the unfortunate thing is that those people who are supposed to push government are not doing that. They don't own up to what is supposed to be theirs. And the important thing again is that all of us should know that whatever that we do, if we don't place culture at the center of development, we are not going to get anywhere. Another thing that we have as people in Africa is that we don't really know the difference between policy and legislation. Policy is just a framework. And if you just come and say, I'm doing this, how are you going to implement it, and how are you going to do it if you don't have a budget to it? So whatever that you are singing to say, I want to do, can you have a budget to it and legislate it so that you force the people who are saying they are going to do it to implement it? So it is
something. All these things we can talk and talk in circles, but if we're just talk in circles, but if we're just talking and say, oh, well, it's just a concept, and say, oh, well, it's just a concept. But if someone knows they have to go to this legislator, this person is, or they need to go to this thing, or they need, how can you advise someone who wants to follow up on such a situation?
I was listening to my brother's story. My brother has finished his, process. Has finished his, process. What he needs to do is to put more effort into. Guru don't needs to do is to put more effort into. Guru don't give up whatever you've started. Go back to whatever you started. Go back to the minister. Don't go to the lower people. You are not going to get anything. Go to the minister, because the minister is a politician. He's going to panic, or she or he is going to panic.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now we are going to you bring.
So real quick, she's spot on. You have to get to know the legislators. People come to me all the time with their proposals and their problems. Very little do they come with solutions, and they want us to fund it. I legislate. I get it in the law, but we've got to execute. So when you bring me a situation and I listen to you, whether it's help people, but if you don't come to me, and in Georgia, I have 180. I have to have 91 people to get a vote to say your issue is very important. So that means there are a lot of them that don't look like me, that I've got to go continue. But you have to come back with more people and convince us and help us push that across to get me those 91 votes so we can get it in law and to implement it. You've got to build your champions. You've got to know who are the legislators and go. My first bill took 8 years. 8 years to get it done. So it may be wrong, it's a slow process, but I had to keep bringing more people and more people and more people. And I built movement, and then what happened? They came after me and asked me to run. I wasn't elected. Look to your town hall. Host your own town hall for you. Host your own. Stop waiting for us to do it all. You go out and do it. They won't come for you. Host something, talk about your issues, and then you bring them to
I believe that inclusive governance begins with representation, not innovation, while population remains underrepresented in decision making. That helped there as I'm proud. Thank you very
Africa, and one of the things I've learned in that, and I think it's very transformational for me, is the notion that if it is to be, it really is up to me. So I love the conversation that was being said there about keep pushing, keep building yourself, keep bringing the social community sector in your country. Say, if there is a will, there is a way.
I would, yes, thank you so much for that. As policymakers and drivers, two things that we have to always put at the back of our mind. Number one is data. A lot of people have said here that it is not just about what you are building, it is who you are building for. So you have to have backing what you are building, who I am building, no repeat for policy. Before we go through the policy planning and implementation processes, the problem is the policy research. Let's start creating solutions for the future. For example, Africa will be home to the youngest population in the world. How are we already building edtechs? We have a lot of young people. We have unemployment. We have a lot of positions that are available. So we need to start thinking, what is the future? Things affect Africa. How can we start now build for the possibility that problem is meant to solve is already still is high. So we need to start thinking future. And number two is storytelling is very powerful. How do you tell your story? For example, I love to work with local governments because I believe that global relevance starts with solving local problems. And so one of the things, we went to a local government with a solution and they told us there's no budget for it. What we did was to build trust within the community, and so the people, they noticed that the people trust us, and so when they needed to get the people to do something, they came to us. Can you please help us mobilize your people? We now said, yes, we would mobilize our people, but we need you to do this and do that. And so they did that. So we need to start thinking, how do I push the government from behind? And that is very important. How do you tell your story and document your journey? Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone, for your participation. I thank my amazing panelists. Don't you think they did a great job? Don't you think everyone here did a good job? Thank you, Edith. Thank you, Vuyelwa. And what's your name again? Bukola. And my name is Busi Matsiko. As I said, I'm the founder and president of Africa Chamber. But it's an honor to this policy. Just showing up. The most important thing is showing up. And if
You